Let's go. Chun Xiang floated in the air like an executioner in HELL. Although his body had an incomparably monstrous killing intent, he was not evil, and had even made the demons in HELL fear him. Let's go. Chun Xiang floated in the air like an executioner in HELL. Although his body had an incomparably monstrous killing intent, he was not evil, and had even made the demons in HELL fear him. The imposing divine blade slashed down, as though it was announcing the end of an evil demon. This was a slash that Chun Xiang used all his strength to SLA's. Plus, I won't die. Heaven Thunder Devil Lord suddenly burst out into laughter. Just as the divine blade was about to strike him, his body suddenly grew larger, becoming as big as a small mountain. Heaven Thunder Purgatory also instantly shrunk, because Heaven Thunder Devil Lord was currently absorbing Heaven Thunder Purgatory's power. Hiss! Chun Xiang gritted his teeth as he resented the scene in his heart. He did not think that the Heaven Thunder Devil Lord would suddenly become so big, and even devour most of the Heaven Thunder Purgatory's power, causing him to waste such a great opportunity. Ha! Heaven Thunder Devil Lord laughed proudly. You are indeed very strong. If you can reach the level of 10 Heaven Supreme Lord, you will definitely S him, but you won't have that chance. The Heaven Thunder Devil Lord had returned to its original size, and that section of his arm had also merged into the ground. I am invincible in this place. You are now in my body, and you cannot kill me. Heaven Thunder Devil Lord's severed arm was born again. This time, it was his turn to counterattack. Give me your killing heart. Heaven Thunder Devil Lord stretched out his black claw as fast as lightning and pierced through Chun Xiang's chest, and even Chun Xiang's profound wood diamond armor S. It could be seen that Heaven Thunder Devil Lord was worried that Chun Xiang would be able to block him, so he used his strongest strength. Boo! Chun Xiang's killing heart suddenly exploded. It was not caught by the Heaven Thunder Devil Lord. At the same time, a black chi also shot out from Chun Xiang's chest. Like a surging volcano, it crazily spurted out. Haha, it's such a pity that I didn't get it, but the feeling of shattering killing heart feels pretty good. Heaven Thunder Devil Lord laughed out loud. Chun Xiang could tell that he was just a hair's breadth away from killing the Heaven Thunder Devil Lord. Up till now, the Heaven Thunder Devil Lord was still just a spent force, and with the support of the Heaven Thunder Purgatory, he had already expended a lot of energy. Don't get COC. KY too early. Chun Xiang scooping out a piece of Chaos Fire. This was the only thing he could rely on. Chaos Fire! Heaven Thunder Devil Lord suddenly screamed. He was not afraid, but excited, as his red eyes stared at the Chaos Fire in Chun Xiang's hands, filled with disbelief. Heaven Thunder Devil Lord laughed coldly. You want to use the Protective Sovereign's light to stop me? Then you're completely wrong. Although you can lock me down, you can't kill me during that period of time. I won't die, ha! Chun Xiang felt that his killing heart had been completely destroyed, and was extremely furious. Just as he was about to merge his blood into the Chaos Fire, he suddenly had a very wonderful feeling. Chun Xiang was shocked. This kind of call was actually related to the slaughtered D's hand. At this time, the Heaven Thunder Devil Lord also sensed something. When he sensed the aura, his face actually revealed a terrified expression. Chun Xiang and Heaven Thunder Devil Lord both suddenly looked towards the sky that was filled with killing intent, because they could clearly feel that the thing was heading their way. A streak of white light suddenly slid down from the sky, looking like a shooting star. Although it was beautiful, it carried a terrifying killing intent, as if it was a falling star. When it fell from the sky, it actually devoured the killing intent produced by Chun Xiang's broken killing heart, and it was even for a few short moments. This is the killing D heart. Heaven Thunder Devil Lord's sinister face was filled with fear. He immediately threw a few punches towards the white light. The shadows of his punches were like an ocean, like a gale that swept out, charging straight towards the white light that was emitting a terrifying, killing force. Even though Chun Xiang's killing heart had been broken, he was exceptionally excited at the moment. He could clearly feel that the killing D heart was the other half of White Tiger divine weapon, and when it was borrowed by the 10 Heaven Supreme Lord back then, even the White Tiger found it difficult to retrieve it. Stepping on the shrinking step, he used his fastest speed to rush towards the white light, and the white light actually flew towards him. Chun Xiang could clearly see that it was a delicate heart that was like a white jade that had been refined. It looked so pure and holy, but it was precisely this kind of thing that released such a murderous aura that could intimidate the snake Deok's ghost from the 3 realms. The killing D heart flew over extremely quickly, and actually entered Chun Xiang's chest in an extremely bizarre manner. When it came into contact with the blood inside, it quickly fused with Chun Xiang. In that instant, it was as if Chun Xiang was reborn. The slaughtered D's hand on his hands released waves after waves of white light, flickering along with the killing D heart that Chun Xiang had just merged with. Every time that killing D heart jumped, it seemed to give Chun Xiang an extremely powerful strength. Great Void Stellar Seal. Chun Xiang bellowed, his hands danced, as though he was holding something, and it was as if he was using all his strength to smash it down. A star formation formed by a large amount of small stars appeared in the sky, and following Chun Xiang's hand gesture, it smashed down fiercely. This small star formation was extremely terrifying. When it fell, it produced a force that could lock onto Heaven Thunder Devil Lord. So when Heaven Thunder Devil Lord dodged as fast as he could, the great Void Star Seal still appeared on top of Heaven Thunder Devil Lord's head. Bang! 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 The great Star Seal that suddenly fell down smashed onto Heaven Thunder Devil Lord ruthlessly. It even smashed a deep hole into the ground, as if the earth itself had been smashed through. Its terrifying power caused Chun Xiang to sigh in shock. He suspected that the killing D heart might have some insights towards the heaven-earth killing method. Back then, when the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord borrowed the killing D heart from the White Tiger, it was probably to bring out the strongest power of the heaven-earth killing method. You actually got the killing D heart. Heaven Thunder Devil Lord's entire body was covered in terrifying purplish-black cracks. The flesh on the wound looked extremely disgusting. He had just climbed out of the bottomless pit, and Chun Xiang's move just now had injured him severely. This is all thanks to you. Chun Xiang sneered, and once again used the great Void Star Seal. Heaven Thunder Devil Lord immediately flew towards Chun Xiang. He seemed to understand the great Void Star Seal very well, and thought that if he was to use it, Chun Xiang would not be smashed into it because it would also affect him. However, he did not expect Chun Xiang to suddenly disappear, and the great Void Star Seal to suddenly appear where Chun Xiang had disappeared. Russ. Plussing towards him. Chun Xiang had used Shadow S. Plus FT to change his position from the great Void Star Seal. Heaven Thunder Devil Lord never thought that Chun Xiang would use this kind of move, to be struck squarely by the great Void Star Seal. At this moment, not only did his body receive a heavy injury, his body was also suffering the same fate. Heaven Thunder Devil Lord never thought that Chun Xiang would use this kind of move, to be struck squarely by the great Void Star Seal. At this moment, not only did his body receive a heavy injury, his body was also suffering the same fate. The Heaven Thunder Purgatory had shrunk by a lot. Right now, it looked like it was only the size of a city, and the remaining Heaven Thunder Purgatories had all been destroyed without a trace, without any signs of life. Most of their energy had been lost, meaning that the Heaven Thunder Devil Lord no longer had any energy left to absorb. Chun Xiang rushed over from the distance, like a bolt of lightning, waving his green dragon demon-slain broadsword, releasing the profound meaning of the word suppress from the holy devil-suppressing seal. The two types of restraining the demon combined to form a huge word Golden Dragon Town, which was like a treasure mountain SMAs. H.I. plussing down from the sky onto heaven thunder, devil, Lord's body. Ah. The heaven thunder, devil, Lord, shouted in anger, using his withered black claw to break the character, Golden Dragon Town, with all his strength. At the same time, his arm was shattered as black blood was flowing out from his severed arm. If you hadn't exhausted the power of heaven thunder purgatory, I would have already squashed you to death. Don't be too complacent. The only time you can defeat me is when I'm at my weakest. Heaven thunder, devil, Lord, suddenly calmed down, giving Chen Xiang a bad feeling. There aren't so many ifs in the world. Chen Xiang let out a cold shout. The devil-suppressing holy power and the dragon power intersected, forming a terrifying golden-white energy. In 2 steps, he arrived in front of Heaven Thunder Devil Lord and waved his fist at Heaven Thunder Devil Lord's body. Chen Xiang mercilessly punched Heaven Thunder Devil Lord's body. With a pair of explosive fists that emitted a violent power, he continued to wreak havoc on Heaven Thunder Devil Lord's body. Fist after fist. If you hadn't trapped us, you wouldn't have done that. Chen Xiang's fist landed on Heaven Thunder Devil Lord's mouth and shattered his sharp teeth. You can't kill me. Heaven Thunder Devil Lord's body suddenly turned into black chi and disappeared into the ground. I will trap you to death, haha. Chen Xiang stomped the ground and shattered the huge earthquake. After that, he floated into the air and took out Holy Devil-Suppressing Seal, making the Holy Devil-Suppressing Seal look like a huge mountain. Then he controlled the Holy Seal to smash everywhere, causing the air to tremble violently. Every time Chen Xiang used his Holy Devil-Suppressing Seal to blast out a word, Heaven Thunder Devil Lord would let out a painful cry. I will definitely get my revenge. Heaven Thunder Devil Lord's sinister voice drilled into Chen Xiang's mind. Chen Xiang suddenly felt a surge of spatial energy wrap around him. This Heaven Thunder Devil Lord actually wanted to teleport him out. You're only letting me go now. If you're too late, I'll kill you before I leave. Chen Xiang made the Holy Devil-Suppressing Seal become bigger, enveloping this Heaven Thunder Purgatory that had become very small. If he were to smash it down, the consequences would be unimaginable. Subdue! Chen Xiang roared out. The Holy Devil-Suppressing Seal shone with a holy light, and when the word Jin landed, it looked like a symbol of devilish extermination. Under this slow pressure, the entire Heaven Thunder Purgatory was trembling, and all the rocks of various sizes were crushed by the pressure. If Chen Xiang had not stopped them from leaving earlier, they would not have been able to come out safely. If Chen Xiang had entered the spatial gate with them, then the Heaven Thunder Devil Lord would have definitely used his strongest power to shatter the S, PAC, and all of them would have died by then. At this moment, the place where they had landed was clearly visible to everyone. However, it was much smaller now. They knew what the size of the whirlpool meant. There were many people watching Heaven Thunder City, especially the White Tiger. He felt something, and it was very shocking because he didn't expect Chen Xiang to be able to fight evenly with the Heaven Thunder Devil Lord inside, and in the end, even seemed to have restrained himself. This vortex is quickly shrinking. Could it be that the Heaven Thunder Devil Lord is going to be defeated? What exactly happened inside? Chen Xiang is inside. Maybe he is fighting a great battle with the Heaven Thunder Devil Lord. Chen Xiang defeated Heaven Thunder Devil Lord? Didn't those old fellows from the ancient powers swear on their hearts that the Heaven Thunder Devil Lord had once injured the 10 Heaven Supreme Lord? That is a very powerful existence. How could he be defeated by Chen Xiang? There were many different opinions from the Heaven Thunder City, and many of the big shots of the big powers all stopped what they were doing and anxiously found the best spot. Seeing the change in the Qi tornado, they were most worried about Gu Dongchen and the rest, and then the people who said that Chen Xiang was definitely going to die. That cyclone disappeared. Someone shouted in alarm. The originally enormous cyclone that covered 10,000 miles began to shrink before. But now it suddenly vanished. The moment the chi tornado disappeared, a blinding gold light shot out, causing many people to feel pain in their eyes. They only felt a very holy chi attacking them. Following that, the ground started to tremble, and many parts of Heaven Thunder City were shaken to the point that they cracked open. The golden light disappeared, and everyone immediately saw two figures appear in the distance. One was a handsome man with a ferocious green blade, and the other was a sinister-looking Heaven Thunder Devil Lord who was badly mutilated. Those who were able to clearly see this scene were instantly stunned. Chun Xiang was really fighting with the Heaven Thunder Devil Lord, and was even forcing her to keep the Heaven Thunder Purgatory. This meant that the Heaven Thunder Devil Lord was forced into a desperate situation, and even the Heaven Thunder Purgatory was destroyed. The Heaven Thunder Devil Lord gasped for breath. His body was releasing black chi. He kept the last of the Heaven Thunder Purgatory. He increased his strength a bit more, but the situation was not looking good. He suddenly rushed towards Chun Xiang like a ghost, at the same time grabbing onto Chun Xiang's chest. He wanted to take out the killing D hard S that he was afraid of. Shadow S, H, I pluster. Chun Xiang immediately used this move to change the position of a huge boulder on the ground. The Black Tortoise Divine technique also had a shadow-shaped transformation skill, but it was not comparable to the Imperial Dragon race's ability to consume it. Heaven Thunder Devil Lord grabbed the stone, but Chun Xiang was already on the ground. A terrifying pressure was suddenly released from high in the sky, and the earth started to shake. S' body overflowed with a large amount of devil-suppressing, holy power. At this moment, he had fused with the Holy Devil-Suppressing Seal, and could be said to be borrowing the Holy Devil-Suppressing Seal's power. Although it was extremely harmful to his body, this was the only way he could kill the Heaven Thunder Devil Lord. I only have one last bit of strength left. Long Shui was currently a little weak, and his voice did not have the same kind of anger as before. Chun Xiang naturally knew that letting Long Shui consume too much would not even benefit him. It's the last strike. Chun Xiang's voice was heavy. Heaven and Earth Devil Suppression Seal. Chun Xiang merged the Holy Devil Suppressing Seal into his own energy and fused it into the Divine Sense Sea, releasing the divine power and devil-suppressing holy power, executing the triple killing technique. The power that had been brewing in the sky suddenly turned into a giant town. Golden flames of lightning flashed and coiled around the huge town, while the trembling ground was also torn apart, and a golden town word appeared on the ground. It was as big as a city. At this moment, Heaven Thunder Devil Lord was right in the middle of these two words. He was locked down by a terrifying pressure, and that kind of power seemed to have been formed naturally, specifically restraining the power of the demons. The demon empress, who was in the distance, was suppressed extremely badly by the pressure released by those two words. The other demons were no exception. When the two words town appeared, it merged together with an extremely quick speed in the blink of an eye. Then the S, P, A, C shook, and the two characters town and the Heaven Thunder Devil Lord disappeared with a burst of golden light. Long Shui withdrew his power, and the Holy Devil Suppressing Seal also separated from Chun Xiang's body. Chun Xiang placed a relive Dan into his mouth, and then fell limply to the ground. He had defeated Heaven Thunder Devil Lord. An entire place was silent. The fact that Chun Xiang had defeated the Heaven Thunder Devil Lord was right in front of them, and before anyone could even discuss about it, a few rays of purple light flashed across the sky, and with a glance, one could tell that it was the people from the Purple Moon Imperial Land, and they were all experts. Chun Xiang had killed their leader and the Son of Heaven, so the Purple Moon Imperial Land was definitely going to take down Chun Xiang in order to protect his reputation. The fact that Chun Xiang had defeated the Heaven Thunder Devil Lord was right in front of them, and before anyone could even discuss about it, a few rays of purple light flashed across the sky, and with a glance, one could tell that it was the people from the Purple Moon Imperial Land, and they were all experts. Chun Xiang had killed their leader and the Son of Heaven, so the Purple Moon Imperial Land was definitely going to take down Qin Xiang in order to protect his reputation. You want to touch my disciple? No way! Huang Jintian shouted in anger, only to see a black light suddenly chasing after the few experts of Purple Moon Imperial Land. The black light turned into two giant palms, emitting a mysterious and terrifying aura, as if it was about to tear apart the sky. The pair of big hands made a gesture, as if it was ripping something apart, when the sky suddenly cracked open and a terrifying force flew out, striking the Purple Moon Imperial Land warriors. Sky Spill Hand! He instantly arrived beside Qin Xiang, grabbed Qin Xiang, and immediately disappeared. Although there were many people staring at Qin Xiang, no one could see his figure. They all AS. Some that Qin Xiang used some kind of secret technique to make himself disappear. Huang Jintian, you covered up Qin Xiang. What do you mean by this? Qin Xiang had already run away, and what's more, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity just now. If it wasn't for Huang Jintian stopping them, they might have been able to attack Qin Xiang from afar. He's my disciple. How can I watch him being bullied by all of you? You bunch of BASTARDS. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Huang Jintian was really not afraid. His move just now had shocked many people. With 3 realms talk at the brink of destruction, the people of the Purple Moon Imperial Land did not want to stand against him. They knew that if they angered the Super Martial School, it was equivalent to becoming enemies with the entire Chun Martial Continent, and the Chun Martial Continent had allied themselves with the Peach Blossom Imperial Land. It was said that the Devil Subduing College was also standing on the side of the Chun Martial Continent. Thus, the Purple Moon Imperial Land could only grit their teeth and endure. In a small hut far away from Heavenly Thunderchin, Qin Xiang had already recovered a lot, but his current physique was extremely strong. It was not something that a relived Dan could completely recover. Qin Xiang slept soundly. After waking up, he walked out of his room and saw the white tiger sitting at a wooden table, reading a book. Strange, why would the killing D heart be inside the Heaven Thunder Purgatory? When the white tiger saw Qin Xiang coming out, it asked curiously. Qin Xiang never thought that the white tiger would come out on its own. Looking at this middle-aged man who looked so normal, he suddenly felt fear in his heart, even though he had already obtained the complete White Tiger Divine Weapon. At that time, I also felt very surprised. Senior did say that the other half of the White Tiger Divine Weapon was in the Emperor's tomb. Initially, he had felt that the Emperor's tomb was not within the 10 Heavenly Sacred Mountain. However, the White Tiger had said that the Emperor's tomb was within the 10 Heavenly Sacred Mountain, and half of the White Tiger was within. Qin Xiang now understood why the White Tiger said that the killing D heart would be in Emperor's tomb. It was because this was also the heart of the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord. That's why I said it's strange. Looks like I don't really understand some things regarding Chi. Emperor's tomb might not be in the 10 Heavenly Sacred Mountain, or Emperor's tomb can move. The White Tiger was very mysterious. White Tiger's face suddenly darkened. You brat! Why did you use my appearance to trick me earlier? What else have you done with my appearance? Qin Xiang laughed and said, About that, I only used it once, and then I stopped using it. That's right. What happened to Sister Blue and Yanran? Fortunately, their potential is great. I will do my best to stimulate their potential. The White Tiger did not pursue the matter of Qin Xiang pretending to be him and asked curiously, How did you defeat the Heaven Thunder Devil Lord? Although this fellow has been struggling until now, his strength is not worth it at all. Qin Xiang laughed, then told the story to the White Tiger. After hearing it, the White Tiger let out a sigh. In that case, this Heaven Thunder Devil Lord is asking for trouble. However, you have used too much heavenly alchemy. Too much. Qin Xiang told the White Tiger what happened because he wanted to see how much the White Tiger knew about the heavenly alchemy. The White Tiger's tone suddenly became very strict back then. It was because Chi plus had used the heavenly alchemy excessively. That was why such a thing happened. You have to use it at your discretion. This is not a joke because you are equivalent to stealing a lot of heaven's power. This is also why the robbery power was especially strong when crossing Nirvana Doom. It's fine if you refine some beasts, but if you refine the ocean, the mountain, the sky, and the stars, if you go too far, you will be in deep trouble, and at that time, I won't be able to help you. Chen Xiang could hear the words of A-G-O-D. He had already sensed that there was an existence in the world that could actually make a divine beast of the same level as Bai who become much stronger than him. If even the white tiger seemed so powerless in front of them, then what about him? Wouldn't that be even smaller? Senior, I have a friend who came out from a dimensional door inside the heaven thunder, purgatory, but he... White Tiger immediately understood what was going on and shook his head. I have no other choice after entering the chaotic S-P-A-C. It's very difficult to find him in the chaotic S-P-A-C. The chaotic S-P-A-C there can instantly rush him to who knows where. Duan Chong was not weak. He could only pray that Duan Chong could survive, so he could think of a way to leave this chaotic S-P-A-C. I still need to stroll around. I will be in Pill City in a while. At that time, you should be able to find me. The White Tiger said, At that time, you don't have to go to Pill City. You can go to Dragon, Subduing City. Chun Xiang said. After that, he slowly walked out of the small courtyard and disappeared into the forest. However, Chun Xiang had changed his appearance a bit and immediately went to the Heaven Thunder City. Without Luo Tian Gate, Chun Xiang could not cross the S-P-A-C immediately and could only step on the shrinking step to travel. On the way, Chun Xiang asked Long Shui, Little Naughty Dragon, are you better now? Long Shui said in high spirits, It's fine now, I just ate something and I'll be fine. Did you eat something? Chun Xiang curled his lips. In his mind, he could already see the big suckling dragon shaking its chest and sitting on the ground, wolfing down a large amount of spirit fruits. Yeah, I can fight another 300 rounds now. Long Shui laughed. Are you going to strip naked and fight me? Chun Xiang teased. Humph. Even if it is, you won't be able to win. Little scoundrel, I'll tell you solemnly, you're just my G. Oh, D, don't be too proud. Even if you truly obtain my body, it would be difficult for you to obtain my heart. Long Shui said seriously. Chun Xiang gave a long, before asking, How do I get your heart? Long Shui thought for a while, then said, Give me a lot of delicious things. After a while, I might be able to fall for you. Chun Xiang laughed. This little gluttonous dragon already couldn't leave him, because he had many good things that he couldn't eat. When Chun Xiang arrived at Heaven Thunder City, he quickly found Yin Xiao Dao and the others. They had secretly left some signals in the city, which Chun Xiang followed to find them. When Chun Xiang arrived at Heaven Thunder City, he quickly found Yin Xiao Dao and the others. They had secretly left some signals in the city, which Chun Xiang followed to find them. At this time, the Heaven Thunder City was talking about Chun Xiang defeating the Heaven Thunder Devil Lord and laughing at all the ancient powers. Back then, those ancient powers said that Chun Xiang was dead for sure, and there were even some old fellows who swore that if Chun Xiang could return, he would do whatever he wanted. But now they were all silent and did not talk about those things. Most of the rogue cultivators in the city hated those ancient powers. Many of them were initially tricked into it and were enslaved, robbed, and oppressed. Therefore, those ancient powers were now very unpopular, and a few powerful and prestigious rogue cultivators had already started their secret operations, planning to form a large number of alliances. Chun Xiang and the others were in a luxurious room in a hotel, a few of them surrounding a table full of sumptuous dishes, but they had no appetite. Tea because Duan Chong had not come back. Old man Duan is very powerful. You all don't have to worry. Sooner or later, he will escape danger, Chun Xiang said. With our current strength compared to the new Imperial Heaven world, we are nothing. Although I can defeat the Heaven Thunder Devil Lord, but that is only through luck. If it was a human old fellow, I might have died a long time ago. Chen Xiang possessed the power and treasures to restrain demons. When dealing with demons, he could cause heavy injuries to demons. But if it was a human, they would be very difficult to deal with. We'll leave after we finish eating. Our dragon-subduing city might already be built. Let's go back and take a look. When the time comes, I will let you all receive my training in the dragon-subduing school. Qin Xiang had already arranged some cultivation plans for Yun Xiaodao and the others, so that they could follow the Earth's core race to cultivate. Qin Xiang, Yun Xiaodao, and the rest of the 6 stepped onto the transmission array, left the Heaven Thunder City, and arrived at the Pill City. Then, they walked from the Pill City to the vicinity of the evil Dragon Graveyard. Our dragon-subduing school is inside there. The place that suddenly appeared is the dragon-subduing city. Chen Xiang pointed to the large black miasma that was seeping out of the evil dragon graveyard. It was released to allow the Earth's core race to safely establish a city. Under the cover of the black miasma, no one dared to step in. Yun Xiaodao said excitedly, "Haha, in the future, I am going to be Elder Yin." Zhu Rong looked at him in disdain. "Don't even think about it. With your little strength, you want to be a mountain opening elder? It's fine if I do it, but just call me Elder Zhu from now on." Xiao Cho clenched his fist and laughed. "I am not the clan elder. I am the one meddling in this mess. I prefer fighting or being in charge of going out to beat people up. Clan elder does not care." "I think so too." Tang Ying nodded, although he did not say much, but his entire body was filled with the blood of battle. "This is good. The position is not important to me. I can contribute to the dragon subduing school, or if there is something I can do, then it will be fine." XV Weilong slanted his eyes as he looked at Yun Xiaodao and Zhu Rong. "I think I can manage the accounts." Lian Mingdong laughed. "Old Zhu and I will settle the score. Why don't you 4 fight together? They will form 4 great King Kong." Xiao Cho said with a serious face, "I think we should all have the same hairstyle. For example, all of our heads should be shaved." Yun Xiaodao, Xiao Cho, and Tang Ying immediately objected. "All 3 of us have hair. Why do you want us to shave our heads just like you?" Yun Xiaodao patted Xiao Chao's head. "You should have some hair on your head. Your head will affect the image of our 4 great King Kong." Xiao Chao's face was filled with displeasure. "Why don't you go and tell Elder Wu that his baldy affected the entire Super Martial School's image?" All right, let's talk about this later." Chun Xiang smiled and stopped them from arguing. The black qi immediately opened up a path for them. After walking a distance, they saw a city that was tightly surrounded by a huge black iron wall. The city gate was also made of black iron. There were 2 huge dragon heads on the door rings, and on top of the gate there were also 2 black dragon heads with big mouths, as though they could shoot out an extremely terrifying power at any time to destroy everything. Although it was a bit dark, they could still feel the shock brought about by the city. "I suddenly want to become a city lord," Long Shui muttered. "All right, you can stay here as city lord." Chun Xiang laughed. "No, there's nothing to eat." Long Shui said, "I was just speaking casually." Yun Xiaodao and the others looked at the city walls and gates, stunned for a long time. Although it is not as big as Pill City, it will definitely be more lively than Pill City in the future. Zhu Rong said, "Pill City is being scolded badly right now, and many people have joined hands to stop buying those expensive pills. If Dragon Subduing City can rise in power and provide enough pills, it will definitely attract a lot of people." Zhu Rong was already a businessman in the first place, and the first time Chen Xiang had met him, he had already been tricked by Zhu Rong. "That's right, and I'm adding fuel to the fire. I did some small things in the Pill City and made the great pill shop's reputation worse. Now, we only need to open the city." Li Baojun suddenly appeared. He had heard the news about Chen Xiang previously, and seeing that Qin Xiang was able to return, he felt a lot more at ease. Qin Xiang and the others had long known that Li Baojun was a very powerful Dan king. They had a clear understanding of the matters of the Alchemy City Dragon subduing Dan Hall, and they immediately bowed respectfully towards Li Baojun. What about Elder Iron and the others? Qin Xiang did not see Earth's core race. He went back a long time ago. Li Baojun walked to the door, and the door slowly opened. The interior's layout was the same as that of the dragon's subduing school, but many buildings had been converted into shops, and there was even a tall and majestic city, Lord's Mansion. Some of the areas were even flat, and after someone rented out the land, they could build their own way. Elderly, how are you preparing on the pills? Qin Xiang asked. It's about time. The alchemists we invited are all very outstanding, and they have given us a lot of help. If we open the city, we can attract many small and medium-sized alchemist powers that have been oppressed by the Dan Alliance, and there are even large alchemy shops. I have investigated all of these, Li Baojun said. Qin Xiang nodded. It's been hard on you. Yan Yanran and Lon Lon were no longer there. These things could only be done by Li Baojun alone. The great formation of this city has already been set up, and it is all made by the Earth's core race. And they even use the power of the Dragon Fountain, which is why they are so strong. Li Baojun was also very excited. Now, you only need to control the dragon vein to transfer the energy. At that time, the whole city's spirit energy will be extremely dense. Only Qin Xiang was able to control the dragon's vein. Now, Qin Xiang brought Yun Xiaodao and the others and entered the depths of the evil dragon graveyard. Only Qin Xiang was able to control the dragon's vein. Now, Qin Xiang brought Yun Xiaodao and the others and entered the depths of the evil dragon graveyard. Coming to the center of the city, they saw a city even grander than the dragon subduing city. Yun Xiaodao and the others were deeply shocked, walked towards the palace that led to the center of the earth. Inside, there was a place where transmission array could enter into the depths of the earth, a place where the dragon veins were buried. Qin Xiang came to the center of the earth and greeted Tai Li and the others. Then he entered the mouth of the dragon vein and summoned the dragon pearl, controlling the dragon vein to channel its power into the dragon subduing city. The formation inside the dragon subduing city had long established a connection with the dragon vein. As the dragon vein provided a vast amount of energy, the spirit energy inside the dragon subduing city became denser, and all the formations inside were activated. The entire city was filled with a frightening aura. At this time, Qin Xiang brought Li Baojun and the others deeper in. Tai Li had already agreed to it earlier, and there were still places below that were beneficial to people's cultivation. The Earth's core race was very strong in itself, and only by eating spar would they grow, and they would do some things here every day to increase their own strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to establish so many grand cities so easily. This is a dragon's vein. No wonder the group of fellows were so tiered and exasperated. They know that this kind of good stuff is here, but it's not theirs, Zhu Rong said with a smile as he looked at the gigantic dragon head that the spar had turned into. You guys should learn some skills from Elder Iron. Back then, their ancestors were known as the Steel Lion Army by the side of the Ten Heavens Supreme Lord. Qin Xiang said to Yun Xiaodao and the others, although the Earth's core race was cursed and couldn't see the sun, they didn't throw away their inheritance. Qin Xiang guessed that the Earth's core race was the same as the Duan clan. They were proficient in multiple skills. Otherwise, they wouldn't be called the Army of Od. The people of the Earth's core race were all very gentle and easy to get along with, and was quickly accepted by the young men of the Earth's core race. Furthermore, they were very surprised that Teng Ying's ident. 1. Tai was actually a Kylin Thunder Eagle, which greatly expanded their horizons. They had stayed here for a long time, and it was only because they heard of it that they had not personally seen it. Qin Xiang and Li Baojun came to the surface and started to discuss about the dragon subduing city. What are your plans regarding the Three Realms talk? There's still more than a month's time. Li Baojun said. Most of the strong and powerful people are currently in the Heaven Thunder City, but there are still many people in the Pill City who want to buy pills. I feel that this will not affect the establishment of the Dragon Subduing City. You should arrange for the alchemist and the good people to be there first, and open our shop in the Dragon Subduing City, Qinxiang said. I will invite a few people to the Pill City to open a shop. We will mainly take over the middle and high-tier realm, low-tier pills, so that I won't compete with them, Li Baojun said. The high-tier pill market was also very big. Although there were not many people who bought them, the prices were high, and there was no need for so many of them to be refined. Leader, will you appear then? Li Baojun asked. When the time comes, Dragon Subduing City will appear again and stabilize, so it won't be that easy for the other forces to take this opportunity to suppress me. Right now, I have provoked another Purple Moon Imperial Land, Qinxiang said. I'll leave everything of Dragon Subduing City to you. At that time, I'll just watch from the shadows. Earlier, Li Baojun had recruited a lot of alchemists to help him refine pills. He was a Dan king with outstanding skills in alchemy, and would occasionally guide a few alchemists. Thus many alchemists respected him greatly. This also allowed Li Baojun to contact some of the smaller forces in the pill business, and the majority of them were currently in Dan City, while the majority of them were still alive, because the entire Dan Alliance was suppressing them. Chen Xiang headed for the Devil Subduing College. As the Prink 1 P. Al, Zhuo Jinchuan could frequently contact the experts in the Heaven Realm. His own strength was not weak, and he had some prestige in the human realm. I thought you went to the Heaven Thunder City, Chen Xiang said as he snuck into Zhuo Jinchuan's house. Zhuo Jinchuan was practicing his martial arts in the courtyard. When he saw that Chen Xiang had arrived, he was no longer surprised. You have done a lot of things in the Heaven Thunder City, but you will have a lot of trouble in the future. Some people saw that you were fighting with those Heaven Devil King using Holy Devil Suppressing Seal. Zhuo Jinchuan looked at the frowning Qinxiang and continued. The Devil Suppressing Divine Palace above have always been looking for Holy Devil Suppressing Seal, and now that it is in your hands, I'm afraid that they will probably send people down here to ask for it soon. In that case, I want to become your enemy, Chen Xiang laughed. Furthermore, I am only managing the entire Devil Subduing College, so there is no need for me to offend you for them to fight over the Holy Devil Suppressing Seal. Zhuo Jinchuan laughed. Only by obtaining the Holy Devil Suppressing Seal can you become the Hall Master of the true Devil Suppressing Divine Palace. So you should be the Hall Master of the Devil Suppressing Divine Palace now. I also have to listen to your orders, but those guys up there will not recognize you. Old Zhuo, I told you before that I want to join the Three Realms talk. Do you still remember? Chun Xiang came here to let Zhuo Jinchuan recommend me to join their Three Realms talk. Remember, Zhuo Jinchuan nodded his head. The sect you belong to has fulfilled the requirements. Qin Xiang laughed. Old Zhuo, this sect is not very popular. Don't worry about that. I can still speak up for myself in human realm. Although Devil Subduing College doesn't have the history of those ancient powers, if we fight, we might not necessarily be weak. Zhuo Jinchuan asked, which sect? Dragon Subduing School. Zhuo Jinchuan was stunned for a moment, then sucked in a breath of air. It is indeed very unpopular, and many ancient powers are planning to join forces to attack the evil dragon graveyard, and then divide the dragon veins within. Zhuo Jinchuan was not surprised at all that he had joined the Dragon Subduing School. Chen Xiang had always been fighting against the ancient powers, and the Dragon Subduing School was also the same. Back then, the Dragon Subduing Dan Hall had stirred up a huge commotion and offended a lot of powerful forces. Old Zhuo, can you recommend the Dragon Subduing School to Partik? 1 P8? Is the Dragon Subduing School qualified? I can give you a jade plate, but this jade plate can only allow 3 people to enter the compet. 1. Taiyan, Zhuo Jinchuan suddenly asked in a low voice. What kind of person is Dragon Subduing School's leader? It is because I trust you that I trust your leader. And at that time, if we fight, we can't kill any innocent people, no? The outside world agreed that the Dragon Subduing School was very powerful. Zhuo Jinchuan was worried that the city would be destroyed or something like that. The outside world agreed that the dragon subduing school was very powerful. Zhuo Jinchuan was worried that the city would be destroyed or something like that. Hee, I promise you, Dragon Subduing School of the Dragon Subduing School will definitely not do such heinous things at that time. We are only planning to suggest some ideas that are more useful to the three realms. Chun Xiang asked in confusion. Elder Zhuo, with that order badge you can partic. 1. P. 8. Do you not need anything else? No need. This is the recommendation badge. You can take it and enter the auction. Although the location is not very good, but it will be enough for you guys to cause trouble. Zhuo Jinchuan laughed. Zhuo Jinchuan said, Chun Xiang, I would like to ask you about the devil subduing method. Chun Xiang nodded. Excuse me. The 10th level, the realm of great perfection. Next, Chun Xiang told Zhuo Jinchuan about the relations. H-I plus P between the 10th floor and the devil-suppressing holy power, and also shared some of his experiences in comprehending the 10th floor, allowing Zhuo Jinchuan to benefit greatly. It had to be known that even the experts above devil-suppressing divine palace did not have achievements like Chun Xiang when training the devil-subduing method. So Zhuo Jinchuan also thought that it was natural for Chun Xiang to have acquired the holy devil-suppressing seal. After leaving the devil-subduing college, Chun Xiang came to Pill City. Li Baojun had already spread the news that the dragon subduing city had been established, and there were still many small and medium-sized shops that had already started packing up, preparing to leave the Pill City. Duan Sanchang was also in Pill City, and he had secretly encouraged many people to leave the city. Right now, the large pill shops in the city covered the entire sky, and the prices of the pills could not even be decided by themselves. There was no meaning in staying. Intestine, there's something I need to tell you. I hope you are mentally prepared. Seeing that Chun Xiang's face was so serious, Duan Sanchang brought Chun Xiang to his living quarters. I found your grandfather, Chun Xiang said. Duan Sanchang immediately became excited. He obviously knew of the things that Chun Xiang had done in the Heaven Thunder Purgatory, so he had always been eagerly awaiting Chun Xiang's return. Now that the Heaven Thunder Purgatory had disappeared, the Heaven Thunder Devil Lord had also been killed by Chun Xiang, and Chun Xiang had also returned. But his grandfather still had not returned. Your grandpa, Chun Xiang told Duan Sanchang what had happened. Elder Duan won't die. He's so strong, so he will definitely be able to return in the future. Duan Sanchang let out a long sigh. I hope so. You don't have to worry about me. Everyone in my Duan clan is like this. Chun Xiang patted Chun Xiang's shoulders and laughed. Dragon Subduing City will soon crush this Pill City. Let's wait and see. When the time comes, they might even find a reason to attack the Dragon Subduing City. I do want to see how powerful that Elder Tai's array is. Duan Sanchang was not worried at all that the Dragon Subduing City would be attacked. He knew Chun Xiang was powerful. Even existence like the White Tiger could hook up with him. A new city was bathed in the sunlight. It was grand and grand, filled with vitality. Many people saw it from afar and couldn't wait to enter the city to take a look. Especially the rogue cultivators who wanted to buy pills. They had had enough of the expensive pills in Pill City. Currently, many small and medium-sized shops had already stayed in and started to establish their own shops. There were more than 1,000 of them. These were all things that Li Baojun had tried to recruit over the past few days. Moreover, their foundations were very clean, and he did not collude with any of the ancient powers. If one wanted to open a pill shop in the Dragon Subduing City, they must obtain Li Baojun's permission to do so. So in this way, the ancient powers would be rejected. After all, the Dragon Subduing School was the one who built this city. They could do whatever they wanted. Li Baojun had secretly spoken with the owners of the shops, telling them to lower the price as much as possible to attract more people. As long as they could do this, they would be exempt from paying taxes for a year, since the Dragon Subduing School did not lack sparras right now. Because the Dan Fragrance Pure Land had always been cooperating with the Dragon Subduing Dan Hall, the Dan Fragrance Pure Land could also stay here right now, becoming one of the few big shops. This did not affect the small and medium-sized shops, and the high-level pills sold by the dragon subduing Dan Hall did not affect the small and medium-sized shops at all. In just a few days, all the small and medium-sized shops that had been suppressed by the Dan Alliance left and moved to the dragon subduing city. Although no one knew who the leader of the evil dragon graveyard was, and no one knew of the specific situation in the evil dragon graveyard, they all agreed that the dragon subduing school was very strong and also very kind. At the very least, they would not be as powerful and deceitful as the Dan Alliance. The Dan Alliance was currently controlled by the ancient factions, while the majority of the people who bought the pills hated the ancient factions, while the dragon subduing school was opposed to the ancient factions. The reason why the dragon subduing city was established was obviously to go against the Dan Alliance, so it was very popular with the people. Many rogue cultivators came over to support them, causing the pill city to become empty. Most of the pills sold by the ancient powers were high-level pills, and these dragon subduing Dan Hall as had them too. When the dragon subduing Dan Hall was in the pill city, they could also use their own strength to fight against the large pill shops of the entire Dan Alliance. Therefore, right now, none of the large pill shops in the pill city had any interest in them, and the pills in the dragon subduing Dan Hall were a little cheaper than those in the pill city. The sudden appearance of the dragon subduing city caught the big shots of the ancient forces off guard. They all went through the transmission array and arrived at the pill city. Seeing an empty, huge city, the big heads were furious. Someone actually dared to provoke them. Chun Xiang and Duan Sanchong were at the top of a tall building in the dragon subduing city, looking at the bustling streets below. Now that many of the leaders have left the Dan Alliance, their prestige in the human realm will definitely plummet. After a period of time, we will be able to recruit disciples from the dragon subduing city, but it must be very strict, Qin Xiang said. Duan Sanchong looked towards the direction of the city gate and suddenly exclaimed, "There's a group of people over there. Could it be the old fellows of the Dan Alliance? I wonder what the elderly will do with them." "Hee, why don't we let them change the location of the three realms talk to here? With so many people here," Qin Xiang laughed. Li Baojun immediately received the news. He who was in the city lord's mansion suddenly shouted, "Dragon subduing city prohibits flight. If you want to forcibly fly in, you have to bear the consequences." Hearing Li Baojun's words, many people self-consciously landed on the ground. Of course, these self-aware people came to watch the show, and the people who planned to continue flying in were all here to cause trouble. This group of people's faces were all written, "I'm going to fly in. Let's see what you can do to me." Long ago, many ancient forces in the Heaven Thunder City were calmly plotting something against the dragon subduing school. Now that the dragon subduing city appeared, all of Pill City were destroyed in one go, which accelerated the implementation of this plan. This meant that the ancient forces would make their move against the dragon subduing school before the three realms talk. Long ago, many ancient forces in the Heaven Thunder City were calmly plotting something against the dragon subduing school. Now that the dragon subduing city appeared, all of Pill City were destroyed in one go, which accelerated the implementation of this plan. This meant that the ancient forces would make their move against the dragon subduing school before the three realms talk. For those of the Shudu people, this was a grand show and they could not afford to miss it. They followed behind a large group of giants to watch the great battle that could go down in history. No matter how strong the other forces were, they had no way of hing it away. At most, they would just say some unfair words and not take action, since the evil dragon graveyard was not a joke after all. The demon empress had almost died because of the evil dragon graveyard. When everyone saw the majestic and imposing dragon subduing city from afar, they knew why dragon subduing city could defeat Dan City. That kind of imposing manner, that kind of dense spiritual energy, was something many large cities couldn't even compare to. The people who continued to fly towards the dragon subduing city were all from Dan Alliance. There were around 10 odd Dan King, 10 odd big shots, and dozens of elders from other powers. Ever since Zhao Yipperfound had taken Zhao Yipperfound as his female slave, The entire White Sea Imperial land had become extremely low profile and secretly developed. Although they would occasionally say a few harsh words to deal with Chen Xiang, they basically did not take any action. So what if we flew in? Your dragon subduing school is really too much, disregarding all morals and a teeth hang away our Pale City's business, causing our Pale City to be destroyed in an instant. The guy who spoke was leader's Wu Su. Dan, Alliance's chief, was related to him. So he was very angry because he had obtained a lot of benefits from Pale City. Get down here, Li Baojun said angrily as he activated the dragon subduing city's formation. Instantly, the entire dragon subduing city trembled slightly, and a dragon's roar sounded as a terrifying pressure filled the skies above the dragon subduing city. Amongst those floating in the sky above dragon subduing city, many of the weaker elders were so shaken by the power that their internal organs were shattered and they were forced to the ground by the immense pressure. Only the powerful great leaders and some old fellows were able to resist the terrifying pressure, but they had no choice but to land on the ground. In just an instant, more than half of these people were crippled. This scene made many of the people who came from far away, especially to watch the show, they were shocked. The dragon subduing school was now even more terrifying. Doing so would undoubtedly anger the ancient powers and instantly cripple half of the elders. Dragon subduing city doesn't welcome you all, this group of impolite fellows. I have already warned you before that dragon subduing city is forbidden from flying. You all didn't listen. This is asking for trouble. All of you get the HLL out, Li Baojun said as he activated a powerful array which could actually teleport this group of people that had fallen outside of dragon subduing city. There were many great formations in the dragon subduing city which could clearly prevent others from flying in, but they had deliberately sent others in, and then used a great formation to cripple more than half of the people. In the end, they had swept them out like they were sweeping away trash. Elderly is too evil, haha. Deliberately allowing this group of arrogant fellows to enter the assessment formation, this group of idiots, Duan Sanchong laughed. Li Baojun had already exited the dragon subduing city and activated the Great City Barrier Formation. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about the entire dragon subduing city being destroyed in a fit of rage by that group of people. Dragon subduing school, you have guts. You will definitely pay the price for what happened today, Wu Su said angrily as his fist surged with a truly berserk innate chi. Oh, it seems that our dragon subduing school did not offend you, right? When we established the dragon subduing city, other people voluntarily came to my place to open a shop. So I'm not going to bully others and force them to come in. Li Baojun laughed coldly. What you have done in Dan City has already caused many people to grudge you for a long time. But you cannot keep them here anymore, and now you are blaming us for stealing your business. Gu Dongqin laughed loudly. What kind of ancient power is this? Aren't they relying on their own strength to bully people all day? As expected of the traitors who betrayed the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord back then, their descendants are all like that. Why didn't you guys get eliminated back then? What a calamity, and 1,000 years of calamity. Junior, shut your dog mouth. Wu Su shouted angrily at Gu Dongqin. You dog mouth a lad, he is insulting you with his words. I allow you to beat him up. You are the leader of the super martial school. How can you be insulted to this extent? You cannot use your fist to get back at him. Immediately, Scram. Huang Jintian stroked his beard and said, Originally, it was just a matter between the dragon subduing school and an ancient power, but now that the super martial school wanted to intervene, it meant that the super martial school was planning to ally with the dragon subduing school, but many people did not think that it was unexpected. The powers above the Chun martial continent, they had always been eyeing the ancient powers, thinking that they were all very stubborn, unlike the ancient powers who had lowered their heads and were not weak, and dared to risk their lives. Gu Dongqin received Huang Jintian's permission and immediately disappeared, causing everyone to immediately retreat and float to the sky. A battle between such powerful experts was not something to be trifled with. A little super martial school, isn't it just with the support of an undead race? Wu Su said in a disapproving tone. When this father was dominating the Flying Immortal School, You still weren't even born yet, you little punk. Gu Dongqin was indeed a young man in Wu Su's eyes, but that did not mean that Gu Dongqin was weaker than him. Gu Dongqin suddenly appeared and struck out with his palm. His palm was graceful and agile, looking extremely gentle and gentle. It didn't have any power, looking extremely illusory and intangible. Humph, with just this bit of ability, you still want to teach me a lesson? Wu Su sneered, the killing intent in his fist surged as he punched towards Gu Dongqin. Pa. Not knowing why, when Wu Su's fist struck Gu Dongqin's body, it directly said through him, and Gu Dongqin also slapped Wu Su. As if swatting a fly, Gu Dongqin was smacked away, landing on the wall of the dragon's subduing city not far away. Not knowing how, Wu Su's fist said through Gu Dongqin's body. The hollow spirits of the ancient spirit race are powerful indeed. They can turn their own body into a hollow spirit, making it hard to injure with blades and spears, Yao Shumi praised. Gu Dongqin belonged to the ancient spirit clan, and it was not a secret since long ago, but Gu Dongqin's strength was a stonies. Plussing. He had actually sent Wu Su flying with a palm. Wu Su was still a leader after all. This is the result of insulting my leader. A lad, come back. If that guy dares to attack again, I will personally teach him a lesson, Huang Jintian said leisurely, then swept his eyes over the big shots of the ancient powers. I heard that you guys have always been against my super martial school. Otherwise, use your fists to explain yourself. Just now, a few of their elders were injured by the great array of the dragon subduing city. There were not many who were still able to partake in the battle. Although the leader did not sustain too many injuries, it was not a joke when facing off against Huang Jintian. Just now, a few of their elders were injured by the great array of the dragon subduing city. There were not many who were still able to partake. 1. P8 in the battle. Although the leader did not sustain too many injuries, it was not a joke when facing off against Huang Jintian. Wu Su was extremely furious in his heart. If he had known that Gu Dongqin had this move, he would not have let so many people get slapped. Although it did not harm his body, it did harm his dignity. Gu Dongqin's strength was about the same as Wu Su's. If they fought, it would be hard to determine the victor, but they couldn't fight anymore. Furthermore, the effect of Huang Jintian's attack had already been achieved, and that was to ruthlessly humiliate Flying Immortal School. This way, in the Three Realms Talks territory, their super martial school would not be looked down upon, and would have a certain amount of authority to speak. Huang Jintian, don't push it too far. Wu Su was like an angry bull as he charged over from afar, stepping out of numerous craters in the ground. Wu Su was raging, full of killing intent. With a ferocious face, he roared while plussing towards Huang Jintian. His appearance was extremely terrifying. Martial ancestor, you said that you would handle this. Gu Dongqin suddenly felt a wave of pressure. If he and Wu Su were to fight, even if he won, he definitely wouldn't have an easy time. At the most, it would just be a miserable victory. Huang Jintian waved his sleeves, released a wave of energy, and pushed both Wu Keiming and Gu Dongqin, who were beside him, away. At the same time, Wu Su's fist came SMAs. Plussing over. The shockwave created fiery red ripples. The power was extremely astonies. Plussing, but Wu Su's strength was still extremely strong. Huang Jintian was calm. He stood where he was without moving, waiting for Wu Su's fist to smash down. He held out his 5 fingers and struck out with a palm, striking the fiery red fist. Bang! The sound was extremely shocking. It was as though dozens of thunderbolts had exploded at the same time, setting off a wave of flames and bringing boiling hot air in all directions, scorching a large patch of land. As the leader, Wu Su's strength was already very strong. In that furious strike just now, he had used all of his strength, but Huang Jintian, like Feng Qingyun, calmly received the attack. Huang Jintian's strength had exceeded the imaginations of many people. Wu Su is not weak. The reason why he was slapped by Gu Dongchen earlier was only because he did not expect Gu Dongchen to train in the void spirit body. If Gu Dongchen were to fight with him, it would be difficult for him to win. But Huang Jintian seems to have easily received his punch. Huang Jintian has restrained his power inside his body, and after striking out with his palm, there's a force, not like Wu Su, who is overflowing with fire energy. From this point of view, Huang Jintian is even more powerful, not to mention that Huang Jintian has cultivated the Taiji Dragon Suppressed Kung Fu and is proficient in the 5 elements. He only used fire just now. Many people were amazed. When the mist surrounding Huang Jintian and Wu Su dispersed, everyone was even more shocked. The arm that Wu Su punched earlier was actually filled with ice. Just a moment ago, it was clearly 2 extremely terrifying waves of flame energy class, H, I, plusing against each other. But now Wu Su's arm was sealed in ice by a strong ice-cold power, which made many people exclaim in shock. Kacha! Wu Su's arm that was frozen in ice suddenly shattered, becoming pieces of ice, and fell to the ground. His entire arm had disappeared. Huang Jintian. Wu Su's face turned pale as he shouted angrily. At the same time, the cold continued to spread from where he had lost an arm to half of his body. Huang Jintian laughed coldly. If you don't want to die, hurry up and expel that cold energy yourself. I have already shown mercy, and will spare your life. Whether or not you can survive will all depend on yourself. Wu Su's body trembled, and he immediately used his cultivation to dispel the frightening cold energy. But at this moment, a blue glow flashed and streaked down from the sky and pierced through Wu Su's body. Everyone was shocked. After Wu Su's body was penetrated by the blue light, 2 big holes actually appeared on his stomach and chest. The sky pale and the heart in his dantian were both destroyed, and without any power to resist the cold energy, Wu Su's body was immediately sealed by ice, which then shattered and turned into a pile of shattered ice, melting on the ground. Who is it? An elder of the Flying Immortal School roared towards the sky. But what responded was a terrifying blue light beam piercing through his forehead. In another instant, the elder from Flying Immortal School was killed. Many people were scared witless. This kind of terrifying attack that was difficult to defend against was very difficult to defend against. Lan Guang, come out, Huang Jintian said lightly. A ray of blue light suddenly flashed across the air. An old man wearing a blue robe with yellow hair hanging loose from his head appeared out of nowhere. The crowd found it difficult to connect this amiable old man with the blue light killer who had just killed the 2 of them. Chen Xiang saw this old man from afar and knew that this old man must be Lan Lan's grandfather. If this old man were to find out that Flying Immortal School was bullying Lan Lan, it would definitely be very troublesome. Your master is really amazing, but this old man called Lan Guang is even more amazing. Duan Sanchang's heart was thumping hard when he saw this. He was worried that a blue light would suddenly pierce through his body. That is Lan Lan's grandfather, the patriarch of the blue blood race. Chen Xiang laughed. It can be said that they are one of us. Don't misunderstand, I'm not helping you. I'm just settling a personal grudge with them. These guys used to treat my granddaughter like that, but I gave them a quick death. That's already very generous of them. Lan Guang swept his gaze across the remaining elders of the Flying Immortal School and lightly slapped them with his palm. A few rays of blue light shot out and instantly pierced through their heads and dantians. The people from Flying Immortal School were all annihilated, and it was not even the dragon subduing school who did this. You're so mean. His son lost a piggy in the past. Huang Jintian chuckled. My granddaughter is still missing. Lan Guangdi's face was a bit ugly. After he finished speaking, he turned into a blue light and shot off in a certain direction, disappearing without a trace. Li Baojun watched on with satisfaction from the side. He did not expect that without even needing to take action, the people of the Flying Immortal School would be annihilated. But the Flying Immortal School's foundation was strong, and it was an ancient power. There would definitely be many substitute Toots in the Heaven Realm, so it would not be considered as total annihilation of the entire clan, unless the entire Flying Immortal School were completely destroyed, but that would require a considerable amount of strength. Huang Jintian also returned to the crowd. Do you want to keep making trouble? Li Baojun looked at the people of Purple Moon Imperial Land and Qianshan Mountain. They were strong and didn't have any injuries, so they wouldn't go and provoke an old lunatic like Huang Jintian. Hence, no one would help the Dragon Subduing School anymore. The Dragon Subduing School must give us an explanation today. He hurt my people, stole our business, and deliberately discredit the Dan Alliance. Dan Alliance's Alliance Master Yi Hung shouted, These guys are really shameless. They clearly didn't do anything. Originally, it would have been difficult for a normal pill city to collapse, but now they were the ones playing with it. Previously, they had clearly been warned not to fly in, but now they arrogantly flew in and were finally taken down by their great formation like flies. They deserve it. These guys are really shameless. They clearly didn't do anything. Originally, it would have been difficult for a normal pill city to collapse, but now they were the ones playing with it. Previously, they had clearly been warned not to fly in, but now they arrogantly flew in and were finally taken down by their great formation like flies. They deserve it. If he really wanted to be shameless, he would not have done such an outrageous thing in the Pill City, much less say such words that would make me blush for him. If he did, he would not have betrayed the 10 Heavens Supreme, Lord, many years ago. This is the tradition of other people. Could it be that they have some kind of thick-skinned D technique to train in? Everyone mocked. At this time, there were not many members in Dan Alliance, so when they transferred to Dragon Subduing City, many of them left. Before long, the entire Dan Alliance would disband. Li Baojun said helplessly, Negotiating with you shameless fellows is really a very stupid thing to do. With regards to fellows like you, it seems like you can only use your fists to speak. Attack! An old man from the Purple Moon Imperial Land shouted in a low voice. More than 10 Dan King-S and a few experts rushed towards Li Baojun, actually wanting to fight against Li Baojun together. Seeing that, Qin Xiang was enraged in his heart and anxiously sent a sound transmission to Li Baojun. Quickly retreat! Leave it to me! With a wave of the Kylan fan in Li Baojun's hand, he released a few fiery qilins, blocking the group of people charging over. After which, he retreated into the Dragon Subduing City and closed the city gates. The 2 dragon heads above the city gates were not for show, but Qin Xiang was controlling the power of the dragon veins and pouring it into the 2 black dragon heads. The group from Dan Alliance rushed over. It seemed like they were trying to break the great array of dragons subduing city, but when they rushed over, they saw that the 2 dragon heads had suddenly turned and were aiming at them. They immediately thought that these 2 dragon heads might launch terrifying attacks, but it was already too late. Evil dragons roar, go to H-E-L-L. Qin Xiang shouted angrily in his heart, but just as he did so, the 2 black dragon heads released a burst of black qi, which abruptly shot out 2 thick black rays of light. In the blink of an eye, 2 huge black rays of light, carrying the same terrifying aura as the black qi from Evil Dragon Graveyard, enveloped the entire group of Dan Alliance. The black light disappeared. Originally, the group of Dan Alliance had about 30 people, but now only a dozen people. 8 from Dan King, 3 from Purple Moon Imperial Land, and 3 from Qianshan were left. The rest had all disappeared. Those who were able to survive were not much better off. They were all heavily injured, causing people to be extremely fearful of the 2 black dragon heads of the Dragon Subduing City. 5 from the Dan King died just now, and only 2 from the Purple Moon Imperial Land are left. There is only 1 from the Qianshan Mountain, and that Dan Alliance's chief also lost an arm. This Dragon Subduing School is indeed not easy to mess with, But now it's good. The ancient powers like the Purple Moon Imperial Land will definitely let the experts from the Heaven Realm step in. When that happens, will the Dragon Subduing School have even more powerful methods? The Three Realms talk has not even started, and such a conflict already happened. This is truly unexpected. Just now, this group of people wanted to join hands and tear him to shreds. But they didn't expect that not only was the Dragon Subduing City's defense strong, the attack was also so strong. This made them suddenly think of the records they had read in some ancient books. In the era of the Ten Heavens Supreme Lord, there were also terrifying cities similar to the Ten Heavens Supreme Lord. Dragon Subduing School, we are not finished with you. An old man from Purple Moon Imperial Land said coldly, "Oh, that is to say, regardless of whether I kill you or not, you will all take revenge." That's good too. I was still hesitating about whether I should kill all of you. You all have given me a very reasonable excuse. Li Baojun waved his Kylan fan, and the 5 colored flames that had turned into many light swords shot out. Like a wave of dense sword rain, they pierced holes into the bodies of the group of people. 5 elements heavenly fire us. This made many experts who were watching from afar emotionally moved. Furthermore, it was released using a fire attribute holy weapon. Its power was unimaginable. Don't provoke Dragon Subduing School in your next life. Li Baojun waved his Kylan fan, conjuring a gust of wind, and blew away the group of people whose holes were pierced by the fire swords. The 8 Dan King S and 3 Innates were smashed into dust by the fan and were blown away by the wind. Sigh, I am just a pill refiner. I don't want to kill, nor do I want to fight. You are forcing me to do this. Li Baojun withdrew his Kylan fan and slowly walked into the Dragon Subduing City. Be careful, he's a Heaven Realm ranker. The little Demon Empress, LV Chinlian, suddenly shouted. Li Baojun reacted quickly and immediately sped up, charging into the Dragon Subduing City. Just as Li Baojun entered the city gate, a streak of scorching purple light turned into a purple phoenix and followed closely behind him. If Li Baojun had been even slightly slower, he would have been struck. The phoenix transformed from purple fire smashed into the great defensive formation of the Dragon Subduing City, causing the entire city to shake violently. But it was not really a problem. Ling Feng, you are also someone with status. To think that you would be able to deal with a junior whose strength is so much weaker than yours. LV Chinlian said with a tone of ridicule. It seemed that she recognized the person who struck earlier. So what? Hearing this voice, he knew it was an old woman. As expected, a purple-robed old woman suddenly appeared at the Dragon Subduing City's door. This old woman was a bit short. She had a camel's back, and the wrinkles on her face were very frightening. Her eyes were like those of a cat's eyes in the dark night, making one's hair stand on end. She was leaning on a walking stick that was carved with a phoenix. Is that all your Dragon Subduing City can do? Are you guys not planning to come out and stay in there for the rest of your lives? Ling Feng shouted. At this time, another group of purple-robed elders appeared and stood behind her. One look at them was enough to tell that they were strong experts from the Heaven Realm. We were a step too late, and all of them died. This Dragon Subduing School sure has a trick up its sleeve. A white chi suddenly appeared beside Ling Feng, and a tall and skinny old man dressed in a white robe appeared. He looked at the gigantic signboard on top of the city gate expressionlessly, and the 3 words Dragon Subduing School emitted a very ancient chi. Although it was not an ancient character, it gave off the feeling that this signboard had been there for a very long time. It's a city built by the Iron Lion Army. Ling Feng's expression sank and said with a serious tone, How could it be them? With the dragon fountain here and the city built by them, isn't this too much of a coincidence? The old man's expression suddenly changed. Chun Xiang paced back and forth inside the city gate tower. These 2 old fellows who suddenly appeared had strength similar to the purple moon that he had killed before. They might even be stronger than that purple moon. The old lady and the old man who suddenly appeared were all rankers from the heaven realm. Currently, the SBAC in D. Tian's body was becoming more and more S2, or DY, and it would be difficult for him to leave or come down in the future. Therefore, when he appeared here, he had a certain amount of awareness, and even planned to stay for a long time. The old lady and the old man who suddenly appeared were all rankers from the heaven realm. Currently, the SPAC in D. Tian's body was becoming more and more STU, R DY, and it would be difficult for him to leave or come down in the future. Therefore, when he appeared here, he had a certain amount of awareness, and even planned to stay for a long time. That old man is from the Feng clan. He is a very prestigious clan elder in the heaven realm. His name is Feng Quan, and his strength is very strong, just like that purple moon. Ling Feng is also an elder of the Purple Moon Imperial Land, and a fighter. His strength is even stronger than the purple moon. LV Qinlian told the matter of the two to Yao Shumi, Gudongqin, and the others. Then how is it compared to yours? Yao Shumi asked. They don't dare to attack me, so I can kill them, but that will also cause the demon charming AS association to have a deep grudge against them. LV Qinlian said. Huang Jintian sent a sound transmission to Chen Xiang at the side, telling him the item. 1. Tie of the two old fellows inside the dragon subduing city. Amongst this group of people, only he knew the background of the dragon subduing school. However, this dragon subduing school was actually made up of a wet behind the ears brat. He had then coaxed a rather strong Dan King from who knows where and pulled his friends from the super martial school to make up for it. Huang Jintian had to admire Qin Xiang from the beginning to end. He had never shown himself in the leader, but had made people think of him as a powerful sect, and this was also because of the dragon bloodline that Qin Xiang had obtained. Right now, the defense of the dragon subduing city was very strong, so Huang Jintian was not worried that the two Heaven Realm rankers would be able to break through it. Furthermore, he was looking forward to how Chen Xiang would be able to solve this difficult problem, as many people were watching now. Leader, use those two dragon heads and attack them directly, Li Baojun urged as he saw Qin Xiang walking around. That won't do. You ran away too unsightly just now, and you've already exposed yourself a bit. If we just rely on some array formation or something now, others will be able to see that we have no foundation. Chen Xiang suddenly laughed. We cannot use that move again. Those two dragon heads cannot handle the two old fellows, and you can take it all on yourself after seeing the Dan King. Could it be that you are? Li Baojun also laughed. He understood what Qin Xiang was trying to do. Then why are you still not making your move? Qin Xiang said, I also want to take action now, but there aren't enough people here. The old granny of the Purple Moon Imperial Land has brought a few old men, but there's only an old man from the Feng clan, and if we wait, there might be some from the Flying Immortal School and the Qian Mountain. Elderly, you have to know, if I use the power of the evil dragon graveyard, it will be very difficult for me. Has there been anyone stronger in dragon subduing school who came out to fight? Ling Feng's voice carried incomparable ridicule. I can't be bothered to fight with you guys. You guys had already planned to attack me together, and now you guys want to do this. There's no way. I admit that I'm not as strong as you guys, of course. This is only because our leader and great clan elder are out, and when they return, you guys won't even know how you died. Li Baojun replied. What a coward. Feng Quan mocked. It's still better than being despicable. Despicable, shameless, cheap. Li Baojun laughed coldly. How shameless were your people just now? Everyone present has seen it. Ling Feng was furious. No one had ever dared to talk to her like that. She waved the walking stick in her hand, and the purple phoenix carving on it flickered with a purple light. Purple phoenix, cry out loud, flying towards the city gate with a burst of purple flame, as if it could burn the entire city. Boom! However, when Duan Sanchong told the people of the city about the situation outside, it allowed many people to relax. After they found out that the dragon subduing school had the upper hand against many ancient powers, and had even killed all the important figures of the ancient powers, many people were filled with admiration towards the dragon subduing school. Boom! 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 Afterwards, Feng Quan and Ling Feng joined hands and crazily attacked the dragon subduing city, and furthermore, they flew high up in the sky, releasing many purple phoenixes, pouncing towards the dragon subduing city, but they were all blocked by the defensive formation. Only now did Chen Xiang feel shocked by the defensive formation, and many people felt the same way, as this level of defensive ability caused many ancient powers to feel powerless. Leader, they are so powerful if we were to partic. 1. P. 8 in the three realms talk, we would be courting death. Li Baojun had seen how powerful the Heaven Realm warriors were. Although they were safe now, they were still scared. Don't worry, our Grand Elder is quite formidable. Qin Xiang was not worried at all. At that time, with the white tiger by their side, whoever attacked them would be courting death. Just when Chen Xiang was getting impatient to wait, a voice came from the horizon. You two are really fast. Hong Kong, you must have come late on purpose, but your flying immortal schooless and your bunch of people have all turned to dust. Ling Feng taunted coldly. Everyone knew that this Hong Kong person should be a flying immortal school ranker from the Heaven Realm. He was a long-bearded middle-aged man. When he heard Ling Feng's words, he did not get angry, but from his perspective, the Flying Immortal School was as much as they could get. There were no longer any Heaven Realm-esque to call down from there. The most important thing was the Flying Immortal School's foundation, as long as the foundation was still there. Just because he was not angry did not mean that he would not make a move against the Dragon Subduing School. Right now, the experts at a distance could guess that they were here for the Dragon Vein, which could only provide spirit chi, but the dragon vein would grow, and in the future it would become an existence that could turn into spiritual crystal, the immortal jade. The Heaven Realm would place great importance on it. Although they were not the strongest in the Heaven Realm, but they felt that they were more than enough to shock Dragon Subduing School, who came from the mortal realm. After all, they had sent a strong individual from their respective Heaven Realm. Li Baojun anxiously said, Leader, we are almost there. If they were to gather their power and attack, would they break the great array of Dragon Subduing City? If another 10 come, I won't be afraid. I'm just afraid that they won't come. Qin Xiang closed his eyes and began to mobilize the power of the evil dragon graveyard in the distance. That kind of black aura was the most terrifying. You ancient powers have gone too far. Since that is the case, we shall not be courteous. Seeing Chen Xiang taking action, Li Baojun immediately shouted coldly. Hearing Li Baojun's voice, everyone became excited. The Dragon Subduing School was about to make a move. No errors. Permanent address. The evil chi protecting the dragon vein was released through a large natural formation, forming a gigantic and terrifying dragon sitting there. It released waves of evil chi, looking like the evil soul of an evil dragon. Thus it was named Evil Dragon Graveyard. The evil chi protecting the dragon vein was released through a large natural formation, forming a gigantic and terrifying dragon sitting there. It released waves of evil chi, looking like the evil soul of an evil dragon. Thus it was named Evil Dragon Graveyard. After Chen Xiang fused with the dragon vein, he could control a portion of the dragon fountain's power, but he had not complete control of the evil dragon graveyard, so he could be used to deal with these people who came to cause trouble. The reason why he built this place was so that when there were people who could attack the city in the future, he could borrow the power of the evil dragon graveyard to retreat. Dragon Subduing City was still quite a distance away from the evil dragon graveyard, but from afar they could see that the Dragon Subduing City was right below the gigantic black dragon head. It made them feel as if the entire evil dragon was protecting the Dragon Subduing City. Suddenly, the black aura from Evil Dragon Graveyard surged. A deep dragon roar came out. It was as if it came from Hel, gloomy and terrifying. Sensing that there was a change in the evil dragon graveyard, all of the experts' faces changed. The giant black dragon made of black chi suddenly moved. The gigantic black dragon in the sky opened its mouth and roared. The entire sky started to tremble. A violent force was pressuring down on the sky, causing the sky to buzz. Waves after waves of tremors came from it. The chi was pressuring down from the skies. The might was extremely strong. The two huge eyes of the black dragon flashed with a red glow. Under the scorching sun, that kind of light could dye the entire ground red. The killing intent was extremely strong. Everyone looked at the angry, evil dragon in fear, especially the targeted Heaven Realm rankers. They were so intimidated by the aura that they were unable to move, and the fear in their hearts made them feel extremely powerless, along with a loud explosion. Everyone was shocked, but then a burst of black chi surged out of the dragon's mouth, shooting out towards the group of people outside the dragon's subduing city. It shot out a huge black light. A vast and berserk energy rushed out like a tsunami. In an instant, it struck the ground and caused cracks to appear on the ground. The shock wave created was like a flood, causing the chi waves to surge out, causing the people of those powers to be drowned in the vast and terrifying power. The dragon subduing city was surrounded by the black mist, and within the black mist, there were a few gold lights flash. H.I. Plussing, the rankers in the sky could see that a few of the rankers from the Heaven Realm were bleeding from their mouths, and that their bodies were protected by glittering immortal equipment, allowing them to escape from death. The Feng Quan of Feng Clan, the Hong Kong of Flying Immortal School, and the Ling Feng of Purple Moon Imperial Land. These three extremely strong Heaven Realm rankers did not die, and they could even protect one of them to follow the old man, but they were all heavily injured. Chun Xiang had used up all his energy just now and collapsed to the ground. Although he couldn't kill the three super strong Heaven Realm rankers, he still killed more than a dozen of them. There were a total of 17 or 18 people sent down by the three forces, and now there were only 6 people left, which made them very angry. They wanted to destroy the dragon's subduing city into ruins. This kind of loss could be said to be very heavy, even if they were to annihilate a force in the Heaven Realm. At most, a lot of them had been severely injured, but more than 10 people had died today. These people were among the top of the Heaven Realm's forces. Although they could not be considered experts, they still had some strength and their status was quite high. Li Baojun hurriedly helped Qin Xiang up from the ground, then said loudly, "You guys hurry up and scram. I'll tell you what's up with you later. Don't provoke the dragon's subduing school anymore. If not, we will definitely remove your foundation in Detian, and keep it to the truth." It was just the defensive power of a city, but it was already this terrifying. Those people from before who wanted to get the attention of Dragon's subduing school did not dare to have any other thoughts. Just you wait. Ling Feng was currently in a very sorry state. Their immortal equipment had already been broken. That strike just now was simply too powerful. If their reactions weren't fast, they would have been completely annihilated. After the 3 Heaven Realm mess from the Flying Immortal School, Purple Moon Imperial Land and Feng Clan left. The rest also left. In the hearts of many people, the strength of the dragon's subduing schooless had already far surpassed, said those of the ancient powers. Even the experts from the 3 ancient powers were unable to shake a city of theirs, let alone the mountain gates of the evil dragon graveyard-s. Seems like I need to leave a person here to guard the dragon's subduing city to prevent myself from being attacked. Chun Xiang recovered some of his strength. Although he did not use the power of the evil dragon graveyard too much, the effect of the attack was extremely great, almost exterminating that group of people. After a few hours, the evil chi had dissipated outside. The big doors of the dragon's subduing city opened once again. It was a mess outside the city, but the inside of the city was filled with cheers. Duan Sanchong rushed over and laughed. "Those people will not be coming back for a while. If they come again, I will go and dig their graves thoroughly. I need to go into closed-door cultivation for a period of time. If anyone comes to find me, then I'll arrange for him to stay in City, Lord's Mansion." The White Tiger had said that it would come find Chen Xiang before the 3 realms talk. Chen Xiang entered the deep dragon vein. After going through the 4 nirvana tribulations and obtaining the killing G, D heart, he had not been able to calm down and stabilize his cultivation. The last time he had obtained the killing G, D heart, he had suddenly comprehended the terrifying celestial slain method, the Great Void Star Seal. He believed that the killing D heart might contain the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord's insights into the heaven-earth killing method, so he wanted to take a good look at this powerful killing D heart now. What a strong heart. It seemed to have been cultivated through some sort of special method. It could very possibly be the heart of that big white cat, but it doesn't seem to be a real heart at all. Long Shui was suspicious. This heart did not grow in a human's body, but was formed by nature. Naturally formed. Qin Xiang shook his head. When I ask White Tiger next time, he should be the clearest about the killing D heart. Qin Xiang calmed his heart and peeked inside the killing D heart's body and discovered that it was a vast expanse of white SPAC inside. What he found inconceivable was that the pure white energy inside the killing D heart was actually condensed from killing intent. The killing aura was already quite evil, but it had now become abnormally pure and holy. His mind was immersed in the killing D heart's vast SPAC, and just as he was exploring, he suddenly discovered that inside the killing D heart a golden light curtain had appeared, as if it had cut off the vast expanse of SPAC. Just as he wanted to rush over, he was blocked by a resistance, and it even caused his entire divine sense C to tremble violently, which gave him a splitting headache. There's something inside this killing D heart. Qin Xiang withdrew his spiritual will and gasped for air. It's a very powerful thing. What is that? When your killing heart shattered, the killing D heart was drawn out by that murderous aura. This should be your heart now. What's inside? What can't you see? Long Shui was also very surprised. Qin Xiang did not dare to try again. Just now, his divine sense C had almost collapsed. The power that could attack the mind was too terrifying. Qin Xiang did not dare to try again. Just now, his divine sense C had almost collapsed. The power that could attack the mind was too terrifying. I feel that there's a very powerful soul inside the killing D heart. Qin Xiang's expression became much better. Moreover, he's deep in his sleep, so he's carrying out self-protection. Could it be the soul of the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord? Su Meiyao shouted in shock. No, I have to think of a way to get that soul out. Otherwise your soul will be devoured. Bai Yuyu's face changed. He felt that this was not a good thing. It isn't from 10 Heavens Supreme Lord. 10 Heavens Supreme Lord made a great sacrifice in order to cut off contact with the green dragon demon-slain broadsword. Her soul should have been destroyed long ago. I have come into contact with the heaven-earth killing method and the Lion Mountain stone tablets. I understand this very well. Qin Xiang revealed a pondering look. When I see White Tiger, I must ask him clearly and get him to think of a way to get the soul of the killing D heart out. I always feel like it's a disaster. Bai Yuyu's voice was ice-cold, and she had a bad premonition in her heart. Previously, the White Tiger had said that the killing D heart was following the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord and should not appear inside it. However, after Qin Xiang's killing heart shattered, the killing D heart suddenly appeared, making people feel that it was not a coincidence. Forget it for now. Qin Xiang was currently very tired and needed to rest. In any case, he would soon be able to meet the White Tiger. Qin Xiang stayed inside the dragon vein for 10 days. He did not dare cultivate here, and was worried that he would draw out a large amount of spirit energy, affecting the growth of the dragon vein. I keep having the feeling that there is something unspeakable going on in 3 realms talk. Bai Yuyu suddenly said, with my understanding of the demon and devil realms, they shouldn't be able to compromise so easily. I think you should ask that demon empress or Ji Mei Xian. I feel like those ancient powers are plotting something. They're not only human realm-s and the ancient powers, they're also demon and devil realms-s. In the 3 realms, the ancient powers are the strongest as well. If the ancient powers of the three realms calmly sit down and negotiate, that would mean that they're planning something and then bringing in some of the other powerful forces. Su Meiyao said, "Didn't they say that Di Tian was complete back then and did not differentiate between human and demon? So they should have had contact back then, and the Ten Heavens Supreme Lord should have been considered a demon beast that could be followed by many humans. It can be seen that many races were very harmonious back then." Chen Xiang also felt that there were still many things hiding in this world. For example, when the Three Realms talk was about to begin, the Heaven Thunder Purgatory appeared, and many experts from the Heaven Realm came down regardless of the consequences. It seemed like they did not plan to return, and then there would be the most powerful peace between the three realms, which was very different from the few times in the legends. Since the three realms had merged into one, it was reasonable to say that the battle had become even more intense. Now that they were able to sit down and negotiate calmly, everyone felt as if there was a force behind this. When Chen Xiang came out of the dragon vein, the dragon subduing city had become even more lively. In order to ensure that the dragon subduing city would not be invaded from the inside, the transmission array was established outside the city. The closest to dragon subduing city was Pill City. The huge city had become extremely quiet, with only a dozen or so large shops inside. They never thought that there would be a power that dared to oppose the Dan Alliance on this land. In the past, there were many forces that wanted to build a city near Dan City, but they were all afraid that it would be destroyed by the Dan Alliance, so no one dared to, even if it was a little further away. Now that they were near the Three Realms talk, many different forces were busy with various matters. Chen Xiang heard that many different forces would bring a group of people over, and a great battle might even break out. There were many demon armies stationed outside the Heaven Thunder City, and now many disciples of the different human realm powers were all gathered outside the Heaven Thunder City. This information was all collected by Li Baojun, which made him a little worried because there were only a few people in the dragon subduing school. Although the Earth's core race was a very powerful force, it could not H.I. plus any under the sun. Inside the City Lord's mansion, Li Baojun said, "Leader, when the time comes, we can only go alone. If I stay and defend the city, would you be able to go alone?" Chen Xiang laughed. "Didn't I say we have a very powerful great clan elder?" Li Baojun was still a little worried. "If only there was someone who could guard the city on my behalf. I want to go with you." At this moment, a sweet voice rang out, "Leave the defense of the city to us." The moment the voice appeared, two beautiful figures appeared. Lan Lan and Yen Yenran slowly appeared, scaring Chen Xiang. Lan Lan used his invisibility inherent skill and suddenly appeared with Yen Yenran. So Chen Xiang did not notice. "Can you do it?" Li Baojun understood the strength of these two women very well. Even though they were not bad, they were still lacking to protect the entire city. They may not be enough. This voice startled Chen Xiang. It was actually a white tiger. Furthermore, the white tiger had brought a strong old man with it. That old man was the patriarch of the white tiger fighting race, Baijan. Chen Xiang calmed down very quickly and laughed. "Elderly, this is our great clan elder. You can just call him Clan Elder Bai." When Li Baojun saw the white tiger, his heart couldn't help but H.I. plus fur. Although the middle-aged man in front of him was very ordinary and didn't have any aura, he still felt a sense of danger. Although Baijan's aura was overbearing, he felt that the white tiger was even more terrifying. Baijan will stay behind to defend the city. Three Realms talk is more complicated than I thought. As the white tiger spoke, there was a touch of solemnity between its brows. Chen Xiang had already guessed what was hidden in the Three Realms talk, but seeing how cautious the white tiger was, he was even more sure. Li Baojun immediately said some matters onto Lan Lan and Yen Yenran. While Baijan was only responsible for the fight, the patriarch of white tiger fighting race was not an easy person to deal with. Even Chen Xiang wanted to see his strength. Chen Xiang and the white tiger were in a secret room. The white tiger spread its hands. I know you have a lot of questions, so I'll ask. Is the killing G.O.D. heart your former heart? Chun Xiang pondered for a moment and decided to ask this question. He thought that it would be strange if he had someone else's heart inside his body. The white tiger also thought for a moment before saying, That's the heart that I've used before. Used it before? Chun Xiang's face revealed a look of surprise. My heart was once torn to pieces by a dragon. At that time, I searched for a long time before finding a strange stone to substitute for it. The white tiger said. The white tiger spoke very easily, but Chun Xiang's heart was in turmoil. It seemed that the white tiger's heart had actually been grabbed and broken before. The white tiger spoke very easily, but Chun Xiang's heart was in turmoil. It seemed that the white tiger's heart had actually been grabbed and broken before. I've discovered that the killing G.O.D. heart has a very strong soul. Would that affect me? Chun Xiang immediately spoke out the thing he was most worried about. Oh, you actually discovered it? You've only been fusing with it for a few days. It took me a long time to realize it back then, and it was the same for Chi-SHI+. The white tiger was extremely shocked. According to his experience, Chun Xiang wouldn't have discovered it so early. Chun Xiang was even more shocked than the white tiger. The mysterious soul of the killing G.O.D. heart had actually existed for such a long time. Then how did the killing G.O.D. heart form? Chun Xiang continued to ask, Why are there two in white tiger divine weapon? The white tiger stroked its chin and said, Let's put it this way, at that time there was a guy who knew that there was a very strong soul within my killing G.O.D. heart. When that guy saw through the origins of that soul, he proposed to refine both the killing G.O.D. heart and the soul into a divine weapon. You don't need to know who that guy is. When the white tiger saw that Chun Xiang wanted to ask questions, it immediately stopped him. Then it continued. But at that time, more than half of the mysterious soul in the killing G.O.D. heart was devoured by me and assimilated into my body. That fellow refined my body into the slaughtered G.O.D.'s hand, then refined that heart into a killing G.O.D. heart. At that time, I gave the killing G.O.D. heart to my first disciple, Chi-SHI+. I hid it away, and after I reincarnated, I took the slaughtered G.O.D.'s hand out to wait for others to retrieve it. Why did you give the slaughtered G.O.D.'s hand to someone else? That was refined from your own body. Chun Xiang touched his chest. He already knew that the soul inside the killing G.O.D. heart was extremely mysterious, and even the white tiger did not know about it. There was another reason why I was reincarnated. It was to get rid of that mysterious soul. At that time, I also felt that guy was very dangerous. The white tiger said in a low voice, seeing the smile that was not a smile on the white tiger's face. Chun Xiang really wanted to take out the killing G.O.D. heart. He felt that he had obtained something extremely dangerous, and it was at the location of his heart. To be honest, heavenly alchemy and heaven-earth killing method were both extracted from that stone by me. I feel that the stone is very special, and then I used it to differentiate my own heart. The white tiger said again, What? Chun Xiang was shocked yet again. The heaven-earth killing method was actually spread out from you. That's right, I shared it with the other three guys. Those three guys set it down to their disciples, and then evolved a lot of powerful martial skills. Many of them could be considered divine skills, but only the lowest ones. Chun Xiang now understood why the divine arts of the four-phase magic kung fu, Taiji dragon suppressed kung fu, and those imperial dragon races were so similar. That rock is very powerful. I'm afraid of the guys inside. But you don't have to worry, you're different from me. You already have the 3-4 symbols, divine weapons in your possession. As long as you collect the last one, you will be able to find out the origins of the soul inside the killing G.O.D. heart. Chun Xiang said, Senior, you should also know that Sazaka Divine Weapon is on Elder Sister Menger. It seems like he won't be able to fuse with me anymore. Elder Sister Menger and that Sazaka Divine Weapon already have feelings for each other. I understand the relations. I plus P between the two of them. But I have the vermilion bird skeleton. The white tiger slightly opened its eyes and said, "Back then, that guy separated the vermilion bird's feathers from its bones. He first refined the feathers into Sazaka silk, and he succeeded on his first try. So he didn't refine the vermilion bird's bones. The vermilion bird's bones are for reserve. That fellow is worried that the feather refinement will fail. I remember he said he was going to make a bow out of the skeleton." The white tiger rubbed its nose. Chun Xiang was very curious about who that fellow was. He actually refined the bodies of the white tiger and vermilion bird. He suddenly thought about the mysterious divine book that had many divine formations recorded within, and Dongfang Xinyue and Lu Menger even found the blueprint of a bow. Now he was sure that the divine book was left behind by the fella that white tiger spoke of. "Senior, I also have the blueprints. Please help me refine the Sazaka bow," Qin Xiang said excitedly. "Unfortunately, I'm not that guy. I can't refine it." The white tiger sighed. "I also want to know what medicine that guy bought from the bottle gourd. The reason he created the 4 symbols divine weapons is to suppress the soul inside the killing Ji. Oh, D-Heart. Find that fellow." Chun Xiang said again. If he did not ask the white tiger about the killing Ji, Oh, D-Heart before, he would not be this worried. Now that he knew that even the white tiger was afraid of the soul inside the killing Ji, Oh, D-Heart, he was even more afraid. "I can't find it." The white tiger shook its head before consoling Qin Xiang. "Don't be afraid. With this killing Ji, Oh, D-Heart, your comprehension of the heaven-earth killing method will be twice the result with half the effort. This is a good item, and it's only because of this that Chi S, H, I, plus, and I were able to obtain such powerful strength in the past." The white tiger patted on Chen Xiang's shoulder. "Maintain a good attitude. If that soul is going to be deceived, I believe you will be able to restrain it. Right now you should be worried about 3 realms talk." Qin Xiang sighed, then sternly asked, "What are they trying to do? Are they those ancient powers?" "I'm not sure for now, but it's definitely not a good thing for them to gather together. Back then, when they betrayed the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord, they all received benefits from that mysterious power, and they all had something in their hands. If they put that thing together, I wonder what would happen, but it's definitely not a good thing for you all." "Are we going to stop them?" Qin Xiang asked. "No, you won't be able to stop it anyway. The best is to urge them to do it in front of us. If they were to do it in the dark, we will not know or be able to stop them when they come up with something powerful." The white tiger seemed to know something. When Chen Xiang and the white tiger walked out of the secret room, Li Baojun had already made the arrangements. Afterwards, the 3 of them went on their way and went through a simple disguise, so they didn't want to cause too much trouble in advance. Chen Xiang, White Tiger, and Li Baojun traveled to Heaven Thunder City through the transmission array. Maybe the place where Heaven Thunder Purgatory appeared was hiding something. Otherwise, Heaven Thunder Devil Lord would not choose to heal there. The white tiger said in a low voice, "Could it be that this is also the reason why they chose to hold the 3 realms talk here?" Chun Xiang activated Heaven Tour method. He wanted to find something to do, since there was still some time before it would begin. "Brat, keep a low profile. I don't want to be scooped up by you to be a super fighter." The white tiger was very clear about Chun Xiang's intentions. If someone came to attack them, the white tiger would definitely attack. Watching without an advertis. E.M. And T is fun. Watching without an advertis. E.M. E and T is fun. The Heaven Thunder City was originally established because of a nearby Heaven Thunder Purgatory. At that time, there were a lot of resources inside the Heaven Thunder Purgatory. Although it was destroyed now, the city was still very busy, and the power in charge of the city was one of the 4 great powers in the East. The Purple Moon Imperial Land was relatively strong overall. Even in the Heaven Realm, it was the same. That was why the area that the Purple Moon Imperial Land controlled was wider. The Purple Moon Imperial Land suffered heavy losses in the Heaven Thunder Purgatory, but did not lose her position as the Eastern Autarch because the Purple Moon Imperial Land was also very strong in the Heaven Realm. She could send some experts to make up for the vacancies, and now it was that old lady, Ling Feng, who took over the position. They can't stay in Pill City anymore, and the entire Dan Alliance has moved here. They have some brains, so they didn't stay in Continent of the King to guard it. Qin Xiang heard from some pests. Sursby that there were a few large pill stores that had suddenly appeared, without even needing to think he knew that it was brought back from Pill City. I'm afraid they haven't taken back their funds yet. These people originally used 100 million sparas to buy back the land we bought in Pill City, thinking that they could chase us away. Who knew that we would establish a city near Pill City and completely destroy them? Li Baojun thought of this as he let out a proud smile. He had Partik. 1. P. aided in this event back then too. The White Tiger laughed. This is just like lifting a rock to smash one's own foot. Although they have been cheated by you guys with a lot of spar, but they are definitely going to use their strength to earn people back in other ways. That's right. So we have to take care of their pill shop right now. Qin Xiang looked at Li Baojun and gave him a meaningful glance. You can't be thinking of causing trouble, right? The White Tiger's brows slightly rose. We made a promise once again, and I only promised you that you would be safe and sound when you were at Three Realms talk. Don't do anything rash at a time like this. What's there to be afraid of? When the time comes, you won't have to do anything. We can handle it. Qin Xiang had already excitedly walked towards the grand and beautiful pill shop in the distance. Purple Moon Imperial Land and Gold Sun Saint Realm experts were both in the Eastern Sage Realm, and their strengths were similar. Moreover, they were experts in using fire, and the disciples of Purple Moon Imperial Land could cultivate purple fire using their own cultivation methods. The majority of Gold Sun Saint Realm disciples used golden flames. Could this Purple Moon Imperial Land be related to Hua Xiangyue? Didn't this little flower demon say that she came from the Purple Moon Realm, and that she also has Purple Moon Fire Soul? Although there are many people in the Purple Moon Imperial Land that can use purple flames, none of them have Fire Soul less, Long Shui said. I'll find a chance to ask her. I keep having the feeling that it wasn't that simple when she came to mortal martial realm from the Purple Moon Realm back then, and that there might be some other secret behind it. Qin Xiang walked very quickly and arrived at the entrance of the Golden Yang building in an instant. Standing at the entrance, he could feel a strong and slightly scorching aura floating out from within, which meant that the majority of the pills inside were refined by the Golden Sun Saint Realm. When they saw the White Tiger's helpless expression, Li Baojun laughed and said, "Maybe this brat is just going to go in and buy some pills or something. Don't worry, how about this? We'll pretend that we don't know him and just watch from the side." Qin Xiang now looked like a very simple and honest young lad. He looked harmless, with a silly look on his face. The White Tiger accepted Li Baojun's suggestion and pretended not to know Qin Xiang, but they kept a distance. After Qin Xiang entered the Golden Yang building, many handsome, beautiful young men and women looked at him with contempt, because regardless of whether it was the outside or inside, the decorations of the Golden Yang building were all extremely luxurious. Although Qin Xiang's attire was not bad, many people with statuses felt that this kind of person should not appear here. There were many transparent crystal counters along the walls of the hall. There were many elixirs, as well as some small jade bottles that contained low-grade pills. Generally, high-quality pills were rarely displayed because those wealthy people had set those pills at a high price. Even though there were no high-grade pills, it still attracted a lot of attention. For the younger generation members of famous families, low-grade pills were a luxury good for them, so they often gathered here to discuss about the medicinal ingredients and pills. Although many of them did not refine pills, they were still very knowledgeable in the field of pills. If I could eat a beauty dan every year for 1,000 years, my face would not be old. But it's a pity that the beauty dan's medicinal ingredients are extremely rare and also extremely scarce. It's not easy to gather 1,000 of them, a man in green clothes said as he looked at a small blade of GRA. SS. That small GRA. S was a snow mussel jade GRA. S, and the main ingredient used to refine it looked like a girl's snow-white skin. Although the quality of the snow mussel jade GRA. S in the display cabinet wasn't that good. It was still eye-catching in the hall. Chun Xiang immediately walked over to have a look. He had a lot of these snow mussel jade GRA. SS, so Bai Yu often treated these snow mussel jade GRA. SS's food to help her learn the ice wind magic kung fu. Shopkeeper, is this snow mussel jade GRA? SS for sale? Chun Xiang suddenly shouted loudly. He realized that the snow mussel jade GRA. S in the crystal cabinet was strange. It was completely different from the one he was familiar with, but it looked exactly the same. It's just for sale here, but you won't be able to afford it. A lady in a red dress looked at Chun Xiang with her charming phoenix eyes in disdain. What a country be! You, Mpkin, yelling and shouting, not even knowing how to behave. A girl in a yellow dress looked at Chun Xiang, then looked at the green-clothed man who was talking about Beauty Dan just now, shook her head and sighed. We are all men. Why is the difference between this guy and young mastering so huge? Young mastering. Chun Xiang actually knew that one of the two great Tongtian aristocratic families in the East was the Ying family. An old man walked over impatiently. He frowned and looked at the big, simple, and honest guy in front of him and said, Of course I want to sell. Can you afford the 4 billion spar? When the surrounding people heard this price, they could not help but secretly take a deep breath. When snow mussel jade GRA SS were auctioned off, they were all around 35 years old or so. Can you sell it? The charming red-dressed lady looked at Chun Xiang with contempt and laughed coldly. Table of contents. Reading is a form of enjoyment, and it is recommended that you collect it. Watching it without any ads was awesome. Watching it without any ads was awesome. Chun Xiang replied impatiently. If I can sell them, why don't you take off all your clothes and walk around the city? Little girl, it's my own business whether I can afford it or not. What are you talking about on the side? Are you going to be able to afford it? You. The red-dressed woman immediately shouted in anger. Chun Xiang did not let her continue speaking as he quickly threw out a storage bag. Innkeeper, take a look. This is the 4 billion spar here. I'm going to get off this snow mussel jade GRA. He was a leader of the dragon subduing school. Sitting on a dragon's vein, with countless spar, he would definitely lack these few. The shopkeeper was stunned for a moment and immediately sent his consciousness into the storage bag. There was indeed a huge pile of spar inside. Even with his level of consciousness, he still had to take a look for a while. After a while, the old shopkeeper nodded his head. The way he looked at Chun Xiang had changed. It was as if he had discovered a treasure mountain, and did not dare to look down on Chun Xiang anymore. It is indeed 4 billion spar. That shopkeeper was only a shopkeeper, so he naturally knew that someone who could casually toss out 4 billion spar would definitely have a huge background. The shopkeeper could see a group of well-dressed, cultured, and refined young men and women strolling around. But there were very few people like Chun Xiang who bought the pellets so easily. The disciples of the famous sects only showed off their talent and were able to win the favor of the girls. The red and yellow-dressed women who mocked Chun Xiang just now were completely speechless. Although they knew a lot of young masters, although they all seemed to have a great temperament and self-control, and were even more wealthy than the young masters of many small families, for a guy like him who could throw out 4 billion sparas just because he didn't feel much pain, perhaps even the heavenly girls would not be able to do it. Li Baojun immediately came over and carefully looked at the snow mussel jade GRA. S in Chun Xiang's hand. He slightly frowned and said, Little brother, this is not a snow mussel jade GRA. S. Chun Xiang knew that Li Baojun and the white tiger had pretended to know him, so he did the same. Old man, you're an expert too, to be able to tell what this is, he replied. The people in the hall were still surprised that the young man in front of them had spent 4 billion spar to buy the snow muscle jade GRA. S. But then they suddenly heard that it was not a snow muscle jade GRA. SS. After hearing it, young Master Ing frowned slightly. How can it not be the snow muscle jade GRA? S. I have brought a lot of people to admire it, and the Dan King of Golden Yang Building has also been resolute before. Li Baojun laughed. There are also times when Dan King sees wrongly. Let me tell you this. This is called Black Jade Snow GRA. S. It looks similar to a snow muscle jade GRA. S. But because this profound jade snow GRA. S is not properly stored. A large amount of spirit energy has been lost. It looks similar to a snow muscle jade GRA. S. This was one of the main ingredients used to refine the face preserving pill. The face preserving pill was a high-grade ground-level pill. You only needed to eat 1 pill to be able to maintain your complexion for a long period of time, and it was much more effective than eating thousands of beauty danas. Old man, you have good eyes. I bought this profound jade snow GRA. S for 4 billion, is it worth it? Chun Xiang laughed. Everyone in the hall was discussing softly. Many people expressed their disbelief, thinking that Chun Xiang was just fooling around. The main ingredient of the face preserving pill, Chun Xiang was very familiar with it. He had previously obtained it from the medicinal garden that Dan King Li Tianjun had left behind, at that time when Li Baojun was still guarding the medicinal garden. Although he could not refine pills, he was very familiar with it, so he came to join in on the fun. Just now, young Master Ing said that this is a snow muscle jade GRA. S. He should be a descendant of the Ing family. There's no mistake about it. Chun Xiang laughed secretly in his heart. It was obvious that the white tiger was trying to make trouble for young Master Ing, and it was trying to make things difficult for him. He is this old man. The fire chi surrounding his body is this strong. He is probably an outstanding figure in the Dan King. He is just a junior, Chun Xiang said disdainfully. I, this wild boar, have also refined a few batches of broken pills, so I still have a rather good understanding of medicinal ingredients. The occurrence of such a thing here immediately attracted the attention of several Golden Yang Building's pill sect. These were all alchemists who were able to refine 3 high-grade ground-level pills. Little brother, can you take a good look at this? A pill sect member asked. They were extremely suspicious of this. If the 4 billion spar could sell a stock of snow jade GRA. S for it would be a huge loss. No, what if you guys want to go back? You guys are members of the Gold Sun Sacred Realm and are a huge force. At that time, who would I find to reason with? Chun Xiang had not put down the storage magic treasure yet. He had only placed his hands behind his back. This made the few pill sect members slightly angered. He really wanted to H it away from them. Li Baojun smiled and said, Little brother, if you trust this old man, let me help you refine the profound jade snow GRA. S into a batch of pills. I think that my pill refining skills are good. I can produce 2 pills in 1 furnace. At that time I will only need 1 pill, and I will need some other ingredients to concoct the face preserving pill. Being able to produce 2 face preserving pills in 1 pot made many of the alchemists present feel deep veneration for Li Baojun. They didn't think that such an unremarkable old man would actually be such a powerful alchemist. Li Baojun had eaten a lot of beauty dan and face preserving pills to make himself look very young. But as an elder of the Dragon Subduing School, he had fought with many great powers on many occasions. In order to not be recognized, he disguised himself as an old man. All right, I trust you. Old man, prove it and show this bunch of people that don't understand anything. Chun Xiang immediately gave the profound jade snow GRA. S to Li Baojun. The few people from the pill sect secretly sneered in their hearts. Even now, they did not think that it was a snow muscle jade GRA. They were very confident in themselves and thought that they would not be mistaken. Li Baojun immediately took out his pill refining furnace after receiving the herb and very cleanly processed some of the herbs. If one looked carefully, they would be able to distinguish the quality of the herbs, especially those supplementary herbs, which were all very old and could be sold very well. Chen Xiang was extremely confident in Li Baojun, as he was Li Tianjuan's successor. Li Baojun's pill furnace looked ordinary, but everyone felt the fire from it and did not dare look down on it anymore. It was because the fire only overflowed some heat, and it made people feel that it was terrifying, and the inconspicuous pill furnace could withstand it. Table of Contents. Reading is a form of enjoyment, and it is recommended that you collect it. Watching without an advertis. E.M.E.Nt is fun. Watching without an advertis. E.M.E.Nt is fun. Li Baojun's flames were indeed very terrifying, because he was already a 5 elements heavenly fire. Even Chen Xiang was ashamed of himself. But if his heaven fire could evolve into a heaven fire, then it would also be very powerful. Seeing Li Baojun being so serious and refining for a period of time, the few pill sect elders became anxious. If it was the real snow jade GRA, they would not be able to get it back because it had already become a pill. If it was before, they might have been able to buy back with a few more spar. Now, they regretted not stopping Li Baojun. Everyone patiently waited. Besides, it was rare to see a face-preserving pill being concocted, let alone a very strong alchemist. All of the alchemists present guessed that Li Baojun might be a Dan King. Li Baojun's furnace was very stable, and the weak hot air it was emitting was very stable. Alchemist could tell that the situation inside was very stable, and normally only high-level alchemist would be able to make it. Then it would at least be at Dan King's level. Li Baojun opened his eyes and smiled. It's already been refined. My luck is not bad. I can condense 2 pellets, although the quality of the mystical jade snow GRS has dropped a lot. But I will use the auxiliary ingredients to melt the medicine aura and raise the mystical jade snow GRAS. Only by raising its quality will I be able to condense 2 pills. Just then he opened the furnace and saw 2 light yellow Dan King as floating out. Looking at the color and rich pill fragrance, he could tell that they were of high quality, and that this was not beauty Dan S, but real, fresh out of the furnace, face-preserving pill. Li Baojun laughed. Everyone, you all can see it now. I and this little brother have not misjudged it. That is indeed a profound jade snow GRAS. I have successfully used it to refine 2 face-preserving pills. When young Master Ing saw Chen Xiang's complacent expression, he secretly hated him. The women around him were also like this, but they wanted the face-preserving pill even more. On the other hand, the shopkeeper and the few Dan sect disciples of Golden Yang Building were regretting their decision. If they were to sell this face-preserving pill for auction, it would be worth tens of billions of spar and maybe even higher. Yet they were willing to sell the Snow Jade GRAS for 4 billion, something that could be sold for an even higher price. Please wait a moment. Since you two are knowledgeable, I believe you too want to earn more with your clairvoyant eyes. At this time, a middle-aged man wearing a golden robe walked over. Elder Wan. The few people from the pill sect and the shopkeeper saluted again and again. The elder one nodded his head. When he received the news, he also felt uncomfortable in his heart. They had actually made a mistake and made the other party buy a stock of Snow Jade GRAS for such a cheap price. Oh, you want us to continue strolling around here? Chen Xiang didn't buy the profound jade snow GRAS to earn some spar S. He didn't lack it at all. Of course not. The first place where this snow jade GRAS grew is a place covered in cold all year round, and the conditions for its growth are extremely harsh. Don't you want to know where this snow jade GRAS came from? The elder one said. At this time, a youth in the crowd said, "It should be the profound, cold, ancient realm from the far north. It is said that during the primordial era, there were strange flowers and strange plants blooming in the precious lands. I've also heard that the ice is called the primordial profounding, and it has all sorts of colors. Even if it was baked under the blazing sun, it would be difficult to melt, and even the flames of some alchemistes are unable to melt those primordial profounding. In these past few years, there has been no snowstorm in the far north of the profound, cold, ancient realm." The elder one nodded his head. "If the profound bingness with the strange ice flowers are most likely different from the others, then we just obtained a group of profound bing here. Since you two have such good taste, why don't you check if the profound bing-s have the strange flowers and plants? One must know that all those strange flowers and herbs were from the primordial era, and this piece of land back then was the place where Tion stood above the 9 heavens and 10 great earth. That was definitely not an ordinary plant. It was most likely something from the immortal grade's holy level. I heard that many ancient powers have sent people to the profound, cold, ancient realm to dig for profound bing, and even bought some strange profound bing. It seems that some ancient power had once obtained a spirit flower of the heaven level. This was the first time Qin Xiang and Chen Xiang had heard of this kind of thing. They immediately nodded and agreed to go take a look at the profound bing. Senior White Tiger, do you know anything about profound, cold, ancient realm? Qin Xiang asked hurriedly. I know a bit. That place is indeed a treasure land filled with strange flowers and plants, but it is extremely dangerous and Chi+, and I could only reluctantly stroll around inside. Afterwards, we don't know why that place was frozen over, so we'll go take a look at those profound bing-s. Maybe I'll be able to see something, the White Tiger replied. Qin Xiang was extremely shocked in his heart. Even the White Tiger did not dare to casually walk around, so the profound, cold, ancient realm was indeed an extraordinary place. Elder Wan led Qin Xiang and Li Baojun, followed by a large group of people. They arrived at a courtyard where there were many square or irregular round rocks, a total of dozens of them, with a variety of colors. After entering, many of the students were unable to endure the cold, and they had no choice but to immediately leave the courtyard and stand on a long corridor to watch. In order to avoid the cold air spreading out and affecting others, this courtyard was surrounded by a huge magic formation. Even young Master Ing and the few girls beside him couldn't withstand the cold air, retreating one after another. Qin Xiang and Li Baojun would naturally be fine, but that cold qi was indeed very strong. It was able to make people like them, who had strong flames, feel cold. Originally, there were more than 100 people who had followed him in, but there were only about 10 or so people who were still able to walk in the courtyard. Seeing Qin Xiang's simple and honest-looking face, everyone knew that he was someone who played the role of a pig and ate tigers, someone who could resist the cold air. Qin Xiang frowned. He tried to use his powerful divine power to see through the colorful profound bing, but he was met with a huge obstruction. Leader, I can't see through you, but what about you? Li Baojun whispered to Qin Xiang. It's the same for me, Qin Xiang replied. Then he asked the White Tiger, Senior, can you see what's inside these profound bing-s? The largest piece of the profound bing was like a coffin, and the smallest was half the height of a human. No. The White Tiger's reply made Qin Xiang extremely suspicious. The White Tiger immediately explained, although I have obtained the heaven-earth killing method, I don't cultivate it much. I learned the beast-slain method myself, and only then can I learn the essence. I only slightly dabbled in other aspects. The White Tiger immediately explained, although I have obtained the heaven-earth killing method, I don't cultivate it much. I learned the beast-slain method myself, and only then can I learn the essence. I only slightly dabbled in other aspects. This kind of profound bing is very strange, and the one who released this kind of cold energy is very strong. Adding on to that, the thing that is frozen inside produced a kind of energy, allowing these profound bing to absorb more cold energy. In other words, the reason the things inside these profound beings have made them strong and are unable to detect anything is so that they can protect themselves. Could the things inside be strange flowers and herbs? Chunxiang asked again, since Long Shui had not made any movements. She probably could not see anything either. I don't know. Can't you just take one and open it? The white tiger was very curious about these profound beings. The elder one saw that Chunxiang and the others were all silent. He looked at the profound being seriously and laughed. You are very powerful. I know that you all wish to get rid of these profound beings. But I want to tell you all, these profound beings are very difficult to break through. If you want to get rid of these profound beings, you still have to buy them. These profound beings are rather special in the profound, cold, ancient realm. It took a lot of effort to get them out, and many people even died. Chunxiang said, Are you planning to sell all these profound beings that you don't know about? It seems like you guys are willing to pay a good price for it. That's right, this is something that we have sacrificed a lot to get back. The elder one said, I think you guys forced others to go. Who doesn't know about what you did in heaven, thunder, purgatory? It's very normal for you to do such a thing in profound, cold, ancient realm. From the looks of it, he was an expert among rogue cultivators. The elder one did not care about him and continued, Even if you go to the profound, cold, ancient realm, you will not be able to guarantee that you can find this type of profound being. You should have seen how powerful these profound beings are. Chunxiang asked, Are you really unable to open these profound beings and see what's inside? The elder one sighed. It's not impossible for it to melt. A senior from our Gold Sun Saint realm came over and used his immortal equipment to break it open. There really is something inside. It's a small piece of immortal jade. Celestial jades were a rare, or that Serpa. Said spiritual crystal S. There's a lot of rich, immortal chi contained within. Not many in the heaven realm. If that's the case, then why did you take it out to sell? Li Baojun was puzzled. There are a lot of good stuff inside. Because some profound being have nothing inside. A fragrant wind blew over, and the demon empress LV Qinlian walked into the courtyard with two mature women who had the charm of the wind. Her face was covered with a thin veil, causing her extremely beautiful face to appear and disappear, making her look even more captivating. Of course, many rankers would choose to keep their breath and filter the fragrance off LV Qinlian's body to prevent themselves from being poisoned. LV Qinlian did not recognize Chunxiang, but she was wary of him. At the same time, she felt that the white tiger was very dangerous, especially when they were close to the white tiger. She couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Even though she was shocked and fearful in her heart, she did not dare to look at the white tiger again. This woman has a very special spirit sense. She seems to have noticed something about me. The white tiger told Chunxiang. She has a good relations. HI+P with me. She's on her own, so you don't have to worry about her. After Chunxiang finished answering the white tiger, he asked LV Qinlian with a silly smile, Does the demon empress have this kind of profound being as well? We got more than 10 pieces, and after great effort, we managed to break it open. Only one piece had something inside, but it was only an unformed immortal medicine, so it has some value, and all the shops are selling profound beings now. LV Qinlian was extremely fearful of the white tiger. He was extremely fearful, but he maintained a calm expression. Chunxiang caressed these profound beings. He wanted to try and see if he could refine these profound beings into a pill. He felt that if it could be refined, it would also be a pill with a cold attribute. It was very suitable for cultivators with cold energy to eat. The elder one laughed and said, The little demon empress said just now there might be good things inside, and the two of you have sharp eyes. That's why I recommended you to buy these things. You should be able to see what's inside from these profound beings. Isn't this just testing my luck? Chunxiang rubbed his hands and asked, How much are the profound beings sold here? Many people knew about the profound being, but this was the first time they had heard of it being sold in this way. This piece of 20 billion spar, this piece is 30 billion, and this piece is a little bit 15 billion. This is mainly in terms of size, because when these profound being were formed, they were all fixed in size. The price that Elder One offered made many people curse in their hearts. To return with tens of billions of dollars to buy such a broken profound being, it would still take a lot of effort to open it, and there was no guarantee that there would be something inside. L.V. Chinlian had also said earlier, only by breaking more than 10 pieces would there be something to be found. Furthermore, from her tone, she felt that she had just gotten lucky. If her luck was bad, the 100 pieces wouldn't even be worth it. Wouldn't she die? These profound being sellers could also earn money with death, only with a lot of people buying the spar. Exactly. Don't be so ruthless. If there was an immortal medicine or a celestial jade in there, then we would definitely be able to make a fortune. The surrounding crowd discussed animatedly. Chun Xiang looked at a piece of blue profound being, touched it, and felt that it was abnormally cold. He carefully looked at it and did not see any traces of ice on it. He could tell that after this profound being was formed, it had been sleeping in the profound, cold, ancient realm for tens of thousands of years, and would only see daylight once if it was dug out. But what exactly was frozen inside? And how did these multicolored, primordial, profound being form? Even the white tiger was wary of profound, cold, ancient realm. Just what was happening there? Chun Xiang, the de-slain method, might be able to help you figure something out. The white tiger suddenly said to Chun Xiang, "Didn't I tell you before? The killing de-heart is a rock that I picked up." At this time, Chun Xiang also wanted to use the de-slain method to do something, but unfortunately he didn't have enough control over the de-slain method. That big white cat definitely hasn't learned de-slain method. I think our ancestors in the Imperial Dragon race created this 9-turn dragon D-mantra from the de-slain method, so we might as well try using the Chaos Divina in the 9-turn dragon D-mantra. The Long Shui, who had been silent for a long time, finally made a sound. It seemed that she could also not see through the contents of the profound being. The 9-turn dragon D-mantra was not only there to help Chun Xiang cultivate his spirit, there were also many mystical techniques inside, such as the Chaos Divine Eye. Everyone saw that Chun Xiang was very interested in these profound being. Previously, when they were outside, this guy, who was considered big and foolish, had caused Golden Yang building to vomit blood. Although he had a simple and honest appearance, he must have some skills to be able to recognize the snow jade Jiare DSS. Everyone saw that Chun Xiang was very interested in these profound being. Previously, when they were outside, this guy, who was considered big and foolish, had caused Golden Yang building to vomit blood. Although he had a simple and honest appearance, he must have some skills to be able to recognize the snow jade GRA. LV Chinlian carefully glanced at the white tiger. The white tiger had changed its appearance before, so of course she wouldn't be able to recognize it. If it appeared with its original appearance, the Heaven Thunder City would definitely explode, because Chun Xiang had once used the white tiger's appearance to pass himself off as the great clan elder of the Dragon Subduing School. Chun Xiang said to the Elder One, "Can I take a closer look? I mean, using my own special technique. I'm very interested in these profound being." "All right, do whatever you want." Elder One believed that Chun Xiang was a tyke. And so he was very willing. Chun Xiang came to the front of a deep purple profound being. This profound being was shorter than him by a head, and stood upright in place, leaning against the courtyard wall. It released a purple cold chi, which could be considered the heaviest part of the cold chi. Chun Xiang took a deep breath, closed his eyes, only to see a gold light suddenly flowing out from between his brows, as though he had suddenly opened his eyes. And after seeing this scene, the people in the crowd started to stir and started to shout in shock. Elder Wan's face changed. He was really worried that Chun Xiang would be able to see through it with this technique. At that time, they would be at a disadvantage again. Chaos Divine Eye. LV Chinlian was extremely shocked. She had just met a mysterious person with extremely strong powers, and seeing someone using such a strange technique that could cause a huge sensation even in the heaven realm made her think that Di Tian had already recovered to his peak condition. Chunxiang, can you see anything? This Chaos Divine Eye is from the D Slane method. I truly regret not learning it back then. The White Tiger quickly said, No, I want to see a few more. After Chunxiang finished speaking, he moved to another place, but it was not easy to execute Chaos Divine Eye. Chunxiang came to the side of a square-shaped red profound being. This profound being looked like a square stone table. He opened up the eye between his brows again and used Chaos Divine Eye, shooting out a golden light. Everyone could see that when the golden light entered the profound being, it did not reflect the light. Chunxiang continued to look at a few pieces, but his expression was currently not looking very good. With one look, he could tell that he had exhausted a lot of energy, and this Chaos Divine Eye, with just a few moves, had consumed a lot of his divine power. I want this piece. How many spar? Chunxiang pointed to a grayish-black profound being and asked. The elder one was a little nervous in his heart, but he had previously said that it was calculated based on size. Naturally, he did not dare to name a high price, as there were many people watching right now. 2,800,000,000 spar. Elder one hesitated for a while before saying. Chunxiang immediately threw a storage bag over to the elder one. Seeing this scene, everyone was emotionally moved, their hearts becoming more and more excited. They did not think that such a foolish person would actually buy a profound being, even though it seemed to be a little tricky. Everyone wanted to know what was inside the profound being, but they understood that the profound being was not that easy to open. Elderly, cut this profound being open. It shouldn't be difficult for you to release your flame on the sword and saber. Chunxiang sent a sound transmission to Li Baojun. Li Baojun immediately said, Little friend, this profound being is hard to open, but I want to try. If it succeeds, you can immediately see if there is anything inside. Everyone was delighted. They just saw this old man concoct a batch of face-preserving pills so easily. He must be a very powerful fellow. All right. Chunxiang casually replied. The White Tiger, LV Chinlian, and more than 10 other rankers in the courtyard all wanted to know what exactly was inside the courtyard. Li Baojun rolled up his sleeves and shouted out loud. A ball of flame suddenly appeared in his hand, which then turned into a red sharp blade. But many people could see that it was not forged, but condensed out of extremely dense flame energy. After Li Baojun created this blade, the cold energy in the courtyard was actually suppressed. However, it was only for a short period of time. This gray-black profound being was not small, and was as big as a water tank. If there was something small hidden inside, it had to be shattered, and if it was to be roasted by fire, it would easily damage the fragile things inside. Thus the profound being was not easy to break open. Be careful, don't cut anything good. Chunxiang reminded. Don't worry, I am here to refine pills. I have to be extremely careful when smelting medicinal herbs in the cauldron. Li Baojun said, then began to cut down. The blade formed from his flames was powerful as expected. The incomparably STU. DY Profound Being was like tofu, and it was easily cut down by him. Just then, the black Profound Being suddenly trembled, then exploded into a pile of black ice crystals. There was nothing inside. The crowd was stunned for a moment before letting out waves of sighs. 28 billion just went down the drain like that. You dare to buy anything inside? The White Tiger was very confused. Didn't you notice something? Li Baojun also asked Chunxiang about this through sound transmission. Chunxiang immediately responded, I saw through it, but it also exposed my Chaos Divine Eye. If I see too accurately, then what if others don't let me buy it in the future? Li Baojun and the White Tiger immediately understood that Chunxiang purposely made others think that his third eye was useless. Chun Xiang immediately muttered, "What dogs? H-I plus T inherited secret method. It's completely useless. Not only did it waste Spar S, it also makes me so tired." Seeing his expression, everyone secretly cursed the wastrel in their hearts. Their feelings toward Spar were not important at all. If a normal person allowed these 20 billion Spar to go for broke, they would definitely cry for their parents. The elder one let out a long sigh. In the eyes of many people today, Chun Xiang's chaos divine eye was only a feint, and everyone was rejoicing in his misfortune, while the people of the Golden Yang building were all smiles and smug, because they had sold a useless and broken profound Bing to an unbelievable high price. Just as everyone was planning to leave, Chun Xiang suddenly shouted, "No, I can't let this go to waste. I must earn back some money. Old man, wait a moment. You have to cut open the profound Bing for me. The moment there is a gap, these profound Bing will explode on their own. You don't need to waste any effort." Chun Xiang squatted down and put away the pair of profound Bing that had turned into crystal sand. He felt that these profound Bing were useful and at the same time gave them to Bai Yuyu and Su Meiyao to study. What? His brain was kicked by a donkey. Just now he suffered greatly, but his brain still didn't grow. There are really a lot of stupid Spar. Where did this guy come from, a prodigal son? A man said, seeing that someone was scolding Chun Xiang for having his head kicked by a donkey. The experts of Golden Yang building were immediately dissatisfied and looked at the man with eyes filled with killing intent. Although they thought so, when the man said those words, Chun Xiang did not continue, but in their eyes, Chun Xiang was a Sparite vein in human form and was currently giving away the Spar to the Golden Yang building. Seeing that someone was scolding Chun Xiang for having his head kicked by a donkey, the experts of Golden Yang building were immediately dissatisfied and looked at the man with eyes filled with killing intent. Although they thought so, when the man said those words, Chun Xiang did not continue, but in their eyes, Chun Xiang was a Sparite vein in human form and was currently giving away the Spar to the Golden Yang building. At this time, Chun Xiang bought a yellow profound Bing that was even bigger, with a total of 35 billion Spar. Everyone felt that he was just messing around and did not use his third eye anymore because he had never seen that yellow profound Bing before. Actually, Chun Xiang's mastery of the chaos divine eye had already increased, so he did not need to open his third eye because the third eye was the most powerful chaos divine eye. Using his original two eyes was enough. He had already used the chaos divine eye to look at this piece of yellow profound Bing and did not notice anything strange, which meant that there might not be anything inside the profound Bing. "Old man, go ahead," Chun Xiang anxiously said as he tossed a storage bag to the elder one. The elder one was overjoyed. He had already forgotten about the loss of the Snow Jade GRA. He believed that it had already gone back to normal. Li Baojun only used a finger that was as red as fire to lightly touch the yellow profound Bing, and it shattered. It was another pile of ice crystals as small as a pile of sand. Seeing Chun Xiang prying open the pair of sand like ice crystals, everyone immediately sighed out repeatedly, at the same time laughing at Chun Xiang for throwing away another 35 billion Spar. "Leader, delivering the Spar to Golden Yang building, this isn't your style." Although Li Baojun knew that Chun Xiang was confident in being able to get something out of these profound Bing, he was still very uncomfortable in his heart. This was because Chun Xiang had already given the Golden Yang building many Spars for free. "Don't worry, I will make them vomit all of it in a moment." Chun Xiang came to the front of a white profound Bing. This piece of profound Bing was extremely big and looked like a huge bed. The price must be very high. This piece of profound Bing was something Chun Xiang had not seen before with his third eye, so everyone now believed that Chun Xiang was just fooling around. "This one." Chun Xiang patted the profound Bing. "It's so big, there must be something inside." "How many Spar?" 100 billion. The elder one's voice trembled with excitement, and he had even raised the bid a little. Chun Xiang frowned. How could he not see that the profound being's price had slightly increased? He said, Elder Juan, all of you know the rules of the bet? The kind that play with Destiny Box. Use the broken herbs inside to refine them into pills. Not only will you gift the ingredients, you can also waive the cost of buying the Destiny Box. The Elder One nodded his head. Of course I know if we fail to refine the pill, you have to give us another set of spar. Chun Xiang laughed. That's it. How about we play like this too? If there is something inside this profound being, not only will you give me back my 100 billion spar, you will also have to give me another 100 billion. If you don't have anything, I'll give you another 100 billion. Chun Xiang took out another storage bag and threw it on the ground, telling everyone to pour their spiritual sense in. Chun Xiang's wealth shocked many of the young people, and they all wanted to gamble. The elder one hesitated. He looked at the few experts, saw that the experts nodded, and immediately nodded. All right, I will play with you, making the guests happy is the main theme of our Golden Yang building. Everyone all agreed that it would be worth it if someone as foolish as Qin Xiang didn't scam him. Qin Xiang said to Li Baojun, Old man, let's do it. If you win, I'll give you 10 billion. Li Baojun believed that there must be something inside this huge, profound being. If not, Qin Xiang would not play like this. His fingers gently touched the huge, white, profound being, and everyone's heart skipped a beat. When they saw that the profound being had turned into ice and scattered on the ground, they all held their breaths. Just as Qin Xiang was about to go and rummage through the ice crystals, the Elder One said, Wait, we can't let you go inside with us to search for this. This is a gamble. We need to give a fair certificate. Why don't we let the Demon Empress handle it? I wonder if the Demon Empress can give us some face? LV Qinlian nodded his head. I am willing. LV Qinlian waved her hand, and the pile flew up into the air after all. Floating in the air, separated into different pieces. From afar, it looked like ASHI plus mirroring curtain, with nothing to be seen, which meant that the inside of the gigantic white profound being was empty. Looking at this scene, the peerless beauty sighed, Sir, I have let you down. Everyone exclaimed, because not only did this foolish big guy spend 100 billion to buy a pile of white sand, he also lost 100 billion. 200 billion spar entered Elder One's storage ring just like that, and if they were not here, Elder One would definitely laugh maniacally. Leader, what are you doing? Li Baojun replied to Qin Xiang painfully. Don't be so anxious. If you win, you can only win a little. Do you think that's enough? Last time, when we tricked the 1 trillion spar in Dan Alliance, even they felt that it wasn't enough. Thus, I did it on purpose. Otherwise, how would they be willing to bet more? The Demon Empress is my friend. When the time comes, all of you should cooperate a bit, and we will scam him to death. Chun Xiang replied Li Baojun and the White Tiger with a sound transmission, dispelling their confusion. He never thought that Chun Xiang would actually be so sinister. Of course, Li Baojun knew that when Chun Xiang had used the name of the good man Li, he had already used this move, and he was already at the peak of perfection. Elder One, count these few pieces. I want them all. Chun Xiang pointed to a large piece of profound being in the corner. He must have had a Qigong deviation, right? This kid must be crazy. This isn't the way to use many spar. It's so good to give it to me. Every year, idiots appear. This year, there are even more, and they are even more foolies. Plus, this idiot gave another spar to me. Elder One coldly looked at the noisy crowd and asked them to quiet down. This group of people were giving him spar S. If they talked too much, Qin Xiang would go back on his words. A total of 520 billion. I'll give you a discount. Just 520 billion. Right now, Chun Xiang was the D of fortune in his eyes. He wanted to get a luxurious chair for Chun Xiang to sit on and arrange a few beauties to Ma. Sage his back and legs to entertain Qin Xiang with the spar S. Qin Xiang scratched his chin. There's really a lot. Didn't you guys just use the method of betting pills to play with me? Sir, as far as I know, many powers would have to break through hundreds or even hundreds of profound being in order to obtain something from it. Demon Empress, that's not right. If this young master was lucky, maybe he would be able to get something good soon? The elder one interrupted LV Qinlian, but he did not reply to his question. This time, Qin Xiang wanted to buy 9 profound being at once. If he could get something out of them, then all the profound being that Golden Yang building had previously earned would go back to Qin Xiang. This time, Qin Xiang wanted to buy 9 profound being at once. If he could get something out of them, then all the profound being that Golden Yang building had previously earned would go back to Qin Xiang. Everyone also understood why Qin Xiang bought so many at one go. Wasn't it all for the sake of flipping a book? This was very normal. In the gambling den, many gamblers did the same thing, but not many succeeded. Elder one was too complacent, he forgot the ident. 1. Tai of the Demon Empress, and recalled how he interrupted LV Qinlian earlier. He could not help but be worried. LV Qinlian was also a little angry in her heart. She glared at Elder Wan. This young master is giving you guys so many spar for free. Are you afraid now? The people of Golden Yang building were indeed worried. If Chen Xiang really got lucky and managed to get anything out of the profound being, they would really die. We agree. Since this little friend is so generous, how can we be so petty? An old man with a white beard and white hair walked over and spoke with a booming voice. It's the Golden Yang building of the Golden Yang building. S.H.I. plus Fengrong. He's finally appeared, no wonder. After all, this is a huge matter. If that stupid big guy turns the tables, Golden Yang building will cry. This old man was the Dan King in charge of Golden Yang building, so his authority was naturally lacking. The fact that Golden Yang building agreed so readily was outside of Chen Xiang's expectations. He had originally planned to let the Demon Empress step out and think of a way to make the Golden Yang building gamble with him. If you want to bet, fine, but you have to first buy these profound Bing for us, 500 billion. Then prove that you have 500 billion. To be honest, he didn't want to bet at all. Qin Xiang laughed and threw out 2 storage bags, each holding 500 billion spar. One was used to buy the 9 pieces of profound Bing. The other was used to gamble. This was exactly 1 trillion spar. If he lost, it would be equivalent to giving everything to Golden Yang building for free. However, if he won, not only would he get the best things from the profound Bing, he would also be able to win back everything he lost previously. All right, let's begin then. At the same time, he said to LV Qinlian, wait a moment, I still have the Demon Empress to be our notary to check on the powder. LV Qinlian nodded in agreement. She knew a lot about profound Bing, and there was a group of them who did not break it. Furthermore, there was an ancient treasure within the profound Bing, which was something that many great powers had obtained from the profound Bing. Li Baojun focused his sky fire on his finger, and at this time, Qin Xiang sent a sound transmission to him. Elderly, leave that disc-shaped green profound Bing for last. Li Baojun immediately understood that the profound Bing must have something inside. After the first profound Bing was broken, there was nothing inside, which made everyone very disappointed. Many rogue cultivators looked forward to see Golden Yang building suffer a big loss. The second piece was light purple in color, but it still contained nothing. Third, fourth, fifth. It was only until the 8th piece that LV Qinlian let out a long sigh. Many people thought that Chen Xiang had definitely lost this time, although there was still one more, but no one believed that there was anything inside. They had heard LV Qinlian mention it before. There were some large powers that had broken through hundreds of profound Bing, and there were no items inside. The last piece. The people of Golden Yang building were also very excited because the last piece of the green profound Bing's cold qi was very weak. It looked like there was nothing inside, and it was relatively small. In the eyes of many, this was a piece of inferior profound Bing. The people present did not think that this profound Bing would have anything good, and many people sighed. Just as everyone's eyes were focused on Li Baojuan's finger, Qin Xiang suddenly said to LV Qinlian, "Big sis Lu, I'm Qin Xiang, do me a favor. Immediately bet on your partic. 1 P Asian." LV Qinlian's shoulders trembled slightly. She was extremely shocked inside, but she immediately calmed down and did not look at Qin Xiang, but instead shouted out, "Wait!" Li Baojun had just extended his hand out when he immediately stopped, because Qin Xiang had already greeted him. "What's the matter?" Qin Xiang immediately asked. He knew that LV Qinlian had already understood his thoughts. "Young master, I want to gamble with you too. Do you have any more spar?" LV Qinlian said faintly. Li Baojun immediately laughed. "Demon Empress, you are in the wrong. I am about to lose right now. Then you say you want to bet." "Exactly." The White Tiger quickly added, "I also want to join right now, but that's not too kind." Qin Xiang laughed. "How about this, since I have already gone all the way, if I lose, I will compensate you with half of the wager, and if I win, I will take all of yours. What about that?" "Little brother, don't do such a stupid thing. You can't be so wasteful even with so many spar." Li Baojun tried to dissuade her. "What does your old man know? Why would this little brother reject the Demon Empress, this peerless beauty? Since ancient times, it has always been a hero feeling sad for a beauty. Even if you want to lose, you can't refuse a beauty. Haha. It's a pity that we're not beauties. Otherwise, we could still take part in the bet." Qin Xiang immediately shouted, "Everyone, if you want to bet, that's fine, but I will only accept stakes that are over 200 billion. LV Qinlian laughed. "Young and Bli is straightforward indeed. I bet 500 billion. Qin Xiang immediately transmitted to Li Baojun and the White Tiger, "Brothers, smash him hard for me. Golden Yang Building will definitely follow you." Just like Qin Xiang had guessed, SHI plus Fengrong and the other higher-ups of the Golden Yang Building couldn't hold it in anymore, and started to discuss whether they should follow him. "Little brother, that means this old man only needs 200 billion. Li Baojun smiled. "Then I will not be courteous anymore. People die for money. Birds die for food, even if little brother lost. From today on you are still the old man's friend. It is rare to have a gambling friend like you. I will also bet 500 billion. I wonder if little brother still has a spar on you? A little more, it should be enough." Qin Xiang laughed. It seemed that he planned to lose to the end. He was not worried at all. "Only a little more? It seems that I was too late." The White Tiger shook its head and sighed. Everyone was shocked. These guys were truly spendthrift. But these people were powerful. This was normal. Although there are no spar, you can use something to replace them. "I can take a Eternal Dan." Qin Xiang said, "Let's add another 1 trillion and bet on your Eternal Dan." SHI plus Fengrong shouted loudly, "Whether you win or lose, little friend, you are a VIP guest of our Gold Sun Saint realm. Regardless of victory or defeat, young master is still a distinguished guest of our demon charming association." LV Qinlian's charming and gentle laughter was extremely soul-stirring, causing people to be unable to help themselves from envious of Qin Xiang. Now, everyone understood the intentions of this foolish big guy in front of them. Even if they lost, it would be worth it to be able to get to know so many powerful people, especially the powerful spirit demons of the Demon Charming Association. / Now, everyone understood the intentions of this foolish big guy in front of them. Even if they lost, it would be worth it to be able to get to know so many powerful people, especially the powerful spirit demons of the Demon Charming Association. / And it was very hard to become friends with Dan King like Li Baojun. "Then I'll begin." Li Baojun laughed. His face had a pleased smile. Everyone thought that he was going to win, which was why he was laughing so shamelessly. Li Baojun's trembling fingers touched that piece of profound Bing. At that moment, everyone held their breath, especially the people from Golden Yang Building. As long as they could reach that point, they would be able to determine whether they had won or lost. Many people wanted to stop at this moment because they too wanted to take part in the bet, but they did not have enough spars. Li Baojun's finger, like red-hot iron, lightly tapped on that piece of green profound bing. In that instant, everyone gulped their saliva, and also at that instant, that green profound bing exploded with white light. Seeing this array, everyone's heart stopped. This was clearly the light of a treasure being born. Qin Xiang had actually turned the tables on the last piece of profound bing. Many people could not believe it, because Qin Xiang had won far too many. After the white light flashed, everyone waited for the profound bing to break. Inside, they saw a palm-sized green rock with many spirit grain-s densely packed on it. At this time, many people suddenly shouted out and sat on the ground with their hands clutching their heads. These people had used their spiritual sense to search for this green stone, but for some reason their heads suddenly hurt, as if they were about to explode. Hee, I've won. Qin Xiang laughed and picked up the green stone. LV Qinlian sighed. If you're willing to admit defeat, then take it. She was only cooperating with Qin Xiang's acting, and Qin Xiang would return it to her afterwards. 2 trillion spar! After Qin Xiang took Li Baojun and LV Qinlian's spar, he looked at S, H, I, plus Fengrong and the others. They had completely lost, so it was only natural that they would give up to spar Qin Xiang. After all, if they were even willing to admit defeat while betting on the Demon Empress, how could they, the group of men, lose? And there were still a lot of people watching. The other 100 billion were the spars that Qin Xiang had bought from these profound bing. In the eyes of the audience, the spar were all fools, but now they had earned around 3 trillion wildly, which was something that could only be obtained by a large power mining a lot of mines. Of course, what they were most curious about was what exactly was that green stone inside the profound bing. Not to mention those who were weaker, even those who believed that they were not weak, would have a splitting headache if they used their sole consciousness to look at that rock. What is this? Li Baojun held his head and walked over, even he was not spared. It's a great way stone, also known as the philosophic stone. It could be said that it was a stone that could comprehend the great Tao itself. Although it did not have any power in it, its comprehension of the great Tao was beyond ordinary. It could even be said that this stone was a sole possession of the great Tao. As long as you hold this stone in your hands, you will be able to comprehend the great Tao of nature with half the effort and twice the effort. His face was filled with shock. He did not expect that the profound bing S would actually contain the thing he had been bitterly searching for all these years. After this incident, the matter with the profound bing would probably become famous. It could actually get something like it from the inside that helped people to defy the heavens. Even in Heaven Realm, this philosophic stone is a priceless treasure. LV Qinlian took a deep breath and didn't dare look at the philosophic stone anymore. Only those who possess philosophic stone can use it. When the group of Golden Yang buildings people heard it, their faces turned even more green. They truly regretted not breaking these profound bing open and selling them like this, giving them to others for almost 3 trillion without a use, and even losing the chance to obtain this philosophic stone. Qin Xiang immediately dripped his blood on the profound sky sect master, only to see the philosophic stone releasing a strange green glow that enveloped the entire courtyard. In that moment, everyone felt a very strange feeling. That kind of feeling was hard to describe, and it was also this kind of feeling that made them feel like they were suddenly enlightened. Previously, when they were struggling with their cultivation, they had been able to solve it easily. Many people thought that if they went back to cultivate, they would be able to break through their bottlenecks. This philosophic stone was indeed a rare treasure. If the Golden Yang building knew that the profound bing had this thing, even 100 million spar would not sell it. This made SHI plus Fengrong and the others wish that they could immediately S and KH it, but they did not dare because the little Demon Empress was here. There's so many profound bing here. Name a price. Qin Xiang swept his gaze across the profound bing in the courtyard. Looking at him, He knew that he was going to kill them all in one go. Since he had just defeated so many Spar and he was a rich person, it would definitely not be a problem for him to swallow all the profound Bing. You guys don't want to sell it? Qin Xiang shook his head and laughed. Then forget it. If it was me, I wouldn't sell it now either. When LV Qinlian saw the people of the Golden Yang building being tormented by Qin Xiang to such an extent, he could not help but laugh. The possibility of a treasure being taken out of a profound Bing is very slim. It has a very large element of luck if we are unlucky. Even if we break through over 1,000 of them, I'm afraid there won't be a single item. The profound cold ancient realm is very vast. There are millions and thousands of profound Bing inside, but the treasures are probably only as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. S.H.I. Plus Fingling took a lot of effort to make himself look better. After some thought, he said, My friend, we are not going to sell it, unless you offer a very high price. No one can deny that our profound Bing S can produce treasures, so it is normal for us to raise the price temporarily. How much? Qin Xiang asked. 3 trillion spar, S.H.I. Plus Fingrong's words made many people secretly look down on him. It was not because they did not want to sell, but if Qin Xiang could get good stuff out of the remaining 10 profound Bing S, their Golden Yang building would be better off. Qin Xiang shook his head. 5 trillion spar, I want them all. Are you selling them? No. 8 trillion. Qin Xiang said again. S.H.I. Plus Fongrong suddenly thought that Qin Xiang could tell if there was something inside the profound Bing or not. That's why he kept bidding. I just said I want 3 trillion, S.H.I. Plus Fingrong said. Seeing Qin Xiang continuously raise the price, everyone else felt the same as S.H.I. Plus Fingrong. They felt that Qin Xiang possessed the ability to watch over profound Bing, which was why he had decided to buy all the profound Bing here. 1 trillion. Qin Xiang frowned, and his tone was slightly anxious. He could tell that 10 billion was already his baseline. Everyone started to become suspicious. Just what kind of background did this idiot have? To have such shocking amounts of spar, even the Tong Tian aristocratic family and Sheng Domain wouldn't be able to take so many out so quickly. Not selling, and we've decided to break these profound Bing S apart now. Unless you can take out 30 trillion, S.H.I. Plus Fingrong said resolutely. If the prices for these profound Bing in the backyard of Golden Yang building were right before, it would at most be over 1 trillion. And now that someone offered 10 billion to buy these profound Bing, they would definitely be able to see that there were treasures in them. As long as they were not crazy, they wouldn't be sold out at this time. If the prices for these profound Bing in the backyard of Golden Yang building were right before, it would at most be over 1 trillion. And now that someone offered 10 billion to buy these profound Bing, they would definitely be able to see that there were treasures in them. As long as they were not crazy, they wouldn't be sold out at this time. This old sir, I wonder if you can help us break these profound Bing. He was a Dan king and could see that Li Baojuan's flames were extraordinary. In this period of time, 3 Realms talk was going to start. It was not strange for many reclusive experts to come out. After all, this piece of land was Di Tian, who once stood above all the 10 great lands of the 9 heavens and 10 great earth. Elderly, just help them out. There's nothing inside these profound Bing. Qin Xiang's joyful voice rang in Li Baojuan's mind, causing him to secretly admire Qin Xiang. This made Golden Yang building's heart ache even more. Li Baojun immediately took action. Because there were a lot of profound Bing here, his speed was very fast. In just a few moments, he had already counted all the profound Bing here. All of the profound Bing broke into pieces and turned into piles of ice crystal powder. The people from Golden Yang building carefully checked the powder, trying to find a bird from it. 1 trillion spar, if I sold it just now, I would be at a loss to that big dumb guy. Golden Yang building is too unlucky. They're going to die from heartache. They must be very regretful. Why didn't they break open the profound Bing back then? Why didn't you sell all of the profound Bing here to me back then? When LV Chinlian saw the pleased look in Qin Xiang's eyes, he exclaimed in his heart. Others say that their demon charming A.S. Association's women are extremely beautiful and gentle, but are actually as poisonous as a snake or scorpion. Looked simple and honest at the moment, but her heart was unfathomably dark. She felt that compared to Qin Xiang, the demon charming A.S. Association's poison spirit was like a sky and an earth. Furthermore, after Qin Xiang tricked her, the others didn't even know what had happened. What a pity. The next time a new profound being comes, I will definitely come again. Qin Xiang looked at those elders whose faces were filled with dejection, let out a long sigh, and then turned around and walked out. Young master, can you show me some face by going to my residence? LV Chinlian said softly. His voice was extremely flirtatious, causing people to look at him with fire and envy. We are extremely honored. Qin Xiang laughed. Actually, LV Chinlian wanted to take back the 500 billion spar. She was a little worried about this fellow Qin Xiang. She was afraid that she would be tricked by him and be unable to react. Qin Xiang bade farewell to Li Baojun and the White Tiger, then left with LV Chinlian. At the same time, he had also destroyed his plan of following Qin Xiang around the Golden Sun, Xing Domain. Along the way, he saw many beautiful and seductive bewitching girls. Each and every one of them were extremely enchanting and dressed in thin clothing, their snow-white bodies still releasing a fragrance. When looking at people, their lovely eyes seemed to be able to hook away their souls, making Qin Xiang wish he could live here forever. Seeing Qin Xiang's naughty expression, LV Chinlian snorted and warned him with her eyes. She knew that Qin Xiang was not an easy person to deal with women, and was worried that her demon charming A.S. Association demons would be harmed by Qin Xiang. Back when Qin Xiang was trapped in Heaven Thunder Purgatory, she had already seen how anxious Lu Menger, Dongfang Xinyue, and Hua Xiangyue were. At that time, she was also very surprised, especially towards Lu Menger, who was Xue Xianqian's and Leng Yulan's master. After LV Chinlian withdrew all the spirit demons from the third floor, he stretched out his jade-like hand. You can give it back to me now, right? TSK, who do you think I am? Would I lack this much spar? Qin Xiang tossed the storage bag over. He was very familiar with LV Chinlian now, and he used the magical corruption gas and LV Chinlian to exchange for the holy lotus seed. Why are you so restless right now? You made such a big scene in the Heaven Thunder Purgatory just now. Why didn't you just hide properly and come out to cause trouble? LV Chinlian said sternly, as if she was a big sister reprimanding her little brother. I came out to cause a ruckus. How could I possibly have such a great harvest? Qin Xiang laughed. LV Chinlian took off her veil, revealing her elegant and beautiful jade face. Snorting softly, she poured Qin Xiang a cup of tea. Even though she was the demon empress, she had always been very polite to others and did not put on any airs. Furthermore, the feeling she gave others was that of a refined girl, gentle like water. Now that she and Qin Xiang had gone through that transaction, once again, their relations. I plus P was extremely deep. It was probably because they felt that their most fatal secret had already been discovered by the other party that they acted in such a manner. Of course, after the two of them got to know each other, there was also a sense of trust. Can you let me see that philosophic stone? LV Chinlian sat down and smiled at Qin Xiang. I never thought that you would actually understand something like the Chaos Divine Eye. Can you use the Chaos Divine Eye to see what's inside? Qin Xiang took out the philosophic stone and handed it over to LV Chinlian's jade palm. When he retracted his hand, he even gently stroked her soft and smooth jade hand, causing LV Chinlian to fiercely glare at him. If I said I couldn't see it with the Chaos Divine Eye, would you believe me? Qin Xiang laughed. I don't. You played such tricks in the Golden Yang building, and you expect me to believe you? LV Chinlian held the philosophic stone tightly and looked at the spirit grain above. She sent her consciousness inside and was immediately shocked in her heart because it seemed as if there was an endless sea of spirit grain inside. Every single spirit grain contained a large amount of information, and that was the power of the natural way. My demon charming A. South Association is very close to the profound, cold, ancient realm. After the three realms, Tokpa S. SES, can you come to the demon charming A. Association? L.V. Chinlian returned the philosophic stone to Qinxiang. I won't treat you badly. Qinxiang understood what L.V. Chinlian meant. If L.V. Chinlian wanted to let him see the profound Bing, her demon charming A.S. Association must have obtained a lot. Hee. You know about my wealth, Big Sis Lu. It's not easy to bribe me. Qinxiang laughed. You already called me Big Sis Lu. Can't you give Big Sis some face? L.V. Chinlian pouted. I can make a trip to the demon charming A.S. Association, but you have to do something for me. Qinxiang's face suddenly became serious. Speak. L.V. Chinlian's beautiful eyes flickered. No matter what happens in the future, we must ensure that the Chun Martial Continent area does not get attacked by any powers. Even if your demon charming A.S. Association were to be hostile to me in the future, you have to guarantee the safety of that place. Qinxiang said, even if I don't do anything, your master can still protect that place. L.V. Chinlian frowned. She did not understand why Qinxiang asked her to do this in such a serious manner. Qinxiang shook his head. Chun Martial Continent is not simple. There are many hidden secrets. Right now, I am not sure what kind of shocking secret is hidden there, but I am sure that not long from now, many of the stronger powers will find out and plan to go there. Qinxiang shook his head. Chun Martial Continent is not simple. There are many hidden secrets. Right now, I am not sure what kind of shocking secret is hidden there, but I am sure that not long from now, many of the stronger powers will find out and plan to go there. For Symbol's divine weapons had appeared on top of the Chun Martial Continent. There was a Pa-S, sage to the core of the earth. There were super old fire beastess. Long Shui, this white dragon, was born from there. And there was also the world he was born in. All right, I promise you. L.V. Chinlian nodded his head. Our demon charming A.S. Association has always been part of the alliance led by Huang Jintian. This will benefit us all. Big Sis Lu, how long will you stay in Ditian? You won't be able to go back after a while. Qinxiang asked. L.V. Chinlian smiled sweetly. I don't plan to go back now. The entire demon charming A.S. Association has been secretly moved down by me. We plan to build a solid foundation with Ditian and scratch it with our bare hands. When Ditian is completely reborn, our demon charming A.S. Association will be the strongest. This isn't good. Qinxiang frowned. Why? L.V. Chinlian did not understand. I just think that when the time comes, a new great emperor will be born. When the time comes, the strongest amongst you will be the one that this great emperor fears the most. Either take you in or annihilate you. L.V. Chinlian's face immediately turned serious. Don't tell me you're not the new 10 Heavens Supreme Lord. Qinxiang shook his head, falling into deep thought. After a long while, he finally said, Although I have obtained the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord's inheritance, this does not mean that I am the new great emperor, because I only inherited the legacy of the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord, even if I can Serpa. As the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord, I can't become a new great emperor. Do you understand? The new great emperor simply did not have the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord's legacy. He had his own powerful divine arts and weapons, as well as his own powerful subordinates. If he wants to become the new great emperor, he must break all of the inheritances of the original great emperor. At that time, he will definitely exterminate all of me. Is there such a person? L.V. Chinlian had never thought about this issue before. Many people believed that Qinxiang had obtained the inheritance of the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord, and that his fame had spread to the heaven realm. and many people believed that as long as he continued his growth, he would be able to become a new 10 Heavens Supreme Lord. Yes. Do you think that wanting to become the great Emperor of the 9 Heavens and 10 Earth is enough to annihilate those powers? Big Sis Lu, although you are a ranker in Heaven Realm, are you sure that you are very strong yourself? Qin Xiang shook his head and laughed. LV Qinlian immediately thought of the white tiger she met before. She felt like she was an ant being kneaded by the white tiger. She rarely felt that kind of powerlessness, even when she met the Heaven Thunder Devil Lord before. Looks like I'll have to put in a lot more effort in the future if I want to become an expert from the 9 Heavens and 10 Earth. LV Qinlian sighed. If Di Tian had recovered to how he was back then, Imperial Dragon Race would have definitely come up. This is a strong race that can control all 9 Heavens and 10 Earth. The strength of the Imperial Dragon Race was not to be underestimated. Qin Xiang suddenly laughed. If I knew earlier, I wouldn't have chatted so much with you. I should have gone to all the shops to buy Profound Bing S. Who would dare to sell it when they see you? LV Qinlian chuckled. Who would recognize me if I changed my appearance? Qin Xiang stood up. I'll go first. After 3 realms talk, I'll go to Demon Charming AS Association. After exiting the Aroma Pavilion, Qin Xiang immediately changed his appearance and ran towards a nearby big shop that was run by the Purple Moon Imperial Land. Originally, there were Profound Bing S that were being sold inside, but after knowing that there were people who were selling Philosophic Stone S, the shops all broke these Profound Bing S apart, so they wanted to try their luck. Before, LV Qinlian had said that if one wanted to obtain treasures from the Profound Bing, they could only try their luck. With good luck, a few Profound Bing could obtain treasures. Many people were looking for that simple and honest big guy. Although he had gone to the Demon Empress place, he wouldn't stay for long, and LV Qinlian had also said that he had already left the pavilion long ago. Li Baojun and White Tiger had also changed their appearances. When White Tiger and Li Baojun looked at the Philosophic Stone, they took it and sent their consciousness inside. And just like LV Qinlian, both were immersed in a world of spirit grain that resembled an ocean. Other than that, they did not have any other gains. Leader, you have dripped your blood on it. Could it be that only you can use it? Li Baojun returned the Philosophic Stone back to Qin Xiang. I don't know. I don't know how to use it now either. Qin Xiang looked at the White Tiger. Senior, you don't know how to use it either? How should I know? I had been searching for it for a long time, but I couldn't find it. All of these things are legends. But there are people who have obtained them before. This will depend on luck. The White Tiger shook its head. This kind of thing is pitifully few in number. Legend has it that the natural way of life only gave birth to 91 pieces, and an entire 9 heavens and 10 lands, that's all. In those heyday, the strongest guys far exceeded this number. Holding the Philosophic Stone, Qin Xiang once again immersed his consciousness inside. Just like before, all he saw was an endless sea of spirit grain. All kinds of curved and profound spirit grain swam about, forming a single S, P-A-C. Just at this moment, Qin Xiang realized that although these spirit grain were swimming around chaotically, they were not moving alone. Some of them were moving together, while others moved together in the millions, forming groups. How does the Philosophic Stone actually work? Wasn't it supposed to allow people to comprehend the power of the great Tao of nature? Why can't I feel it at all? Qin Xiang muttered in his heart. He once again tried to use his divine power to control the spirit grain inside, but to no avail. But this time he realized that when controlling a single spirit grain, he could move that spirit grain a little. He immediately understood that if he wanted to control the movement of the spirit grain, he would need a very strong and powerful divine power. He immediately poured a large amount of deep power into it and concentrated all of it on controlling one spirit grain to move. It was effective as expected, but it only moved slowly and it also consumed a lot of deep power! Just as he moved the spirit grain some distance away and changed its trajectory, a group of dozens of spirit grains suddenly charged over, fusing the lone spirit grain into them. Could it be that the correct way to use all of the scattered spirit grain is to combine them together and make the philosophic stone complete? Chen Xiang's heart was moved. Vote. Chen Xiang kept the philosophic stone. He already had a few ideas on how to use the philosophic stone, but that would require him to train in seclusion for a while before he could finish the vast project. Chen Xiang kept the philosophic stone. He already had a few ideas on how to use the philosophic stone, but that would require him to train in seclusion for a while before he could finish the vast project. Leader, there are a lot of people looking for you outside. That philosophic stone is truly too rare. Li Baojun was not exaggerating at all. Many of the branches of the large powers that were stationed in the profound, cold, ancient realm all received orders to look for the profound being in large numbers. That place isn't for fun, just let them go. In short, I don't want to go in again. It seemed like he already had a shadow over that place. This was also the thing that made Chen Xiang the most surprised. He really wanted to know what exactly made the white tiger so afraid. The craziest way to find Chen Xiang was probably because they wanted to dig up the entire Heaven Thunder City to see. They had suffered such a huge loss, and they did not even know who had made them suffer such a loss. The white tiger and Li Baojun were walking around the city, while Chen Xiang was studying the powder of the profound being in his room. Although the color of these profound being are different, and the cold energy they emit is also different, there isn't much of a difference overall. After turning into ice crystal powder every grain's ma, SS is the same. As for whether or not I can successfully forge a pill, you can give it a try. Bai Yu said, from the intense cold qi these profound being released, it was extremely useful, but she was unable to use any of them. Chen Xiang threw a pile of profound being particles inside and injected it into the flame. It immediately caused him to be greatly shocked, because his flames were unable to melt these profound being. Even if Xue Yi uses her fire, it won't melt. I'm afraid that even Li Baojun's will not be able to melt them. At most, they will just be shattered into pieces. Bai Yu sighed. I tried to use the cold qi inside to devour, but to no avail. Let me burn it again. Chen Xiang used his strongest firepower to burn the profound being particles inside the Yanlong furnace, and also urged the array inside the Yanlong furnace to speed up the incineration process. For hours later, Chen Xiang stopped his incineration. He poured out all the ice crystal particles from the Yanlong furnace S, but not a single one of them melted. Furthermore, after he burned them with his strongest firepower for 4 hours, the cold air coming out from these particles became even more intense. What exactly are these profound being? The hotter it gets, the colder it gets. Chen Xiang grabbed a handful of ice particles, and the cold immediately drilled into his body, which was something that had never happened before. Just when he thought he could absorb the cold air, something unexpected happened again. The cold air that just entered his body suddenly returned to those particles, and even brought back some of his energy. Chen Xiang immediately scattered all of the ice particles on the ground. In just an instant, he lost a lot of energy, and even though the ice particles released a very strong cold energy, he was still able to keep the cold energy in a certain range. He used the cold energy to drag in more spirit energy, and then continued to emit the cold energy. These strange, profound being granules actually had this kind of heaven-opposing cultivation method, which caused Chen Xiang to be extremely shocked. This is a very strange thing. Its ability to reproduce itself is very strong. I can promise you, if you throw away this small grain, many years later, a huge profound being will appear. And when this piece of profound being is attacked by a very strong power, it would immediately turn into a pile of tiny particles and then dissipate along the wind. After many years of self-cultivation, those countless tiny particles will definitely turn into countless pieces of profound being. Bai Yu already had a basic understanding of these profound being, and he speculated about their method of reproduction. If a tiny profound being floated onto a few strange flowers and herbs, It can let these strange flowers and plants thrive and grow, and at the same time, condense into profound being for protection. In other words, the treasures within the profound being were all because of the many tiny particles that suddenly fell from the profound, cold, ancient realm all those years ago. No one knows what happened after that, but these tiny particles all grew into gigantic, profound being. At that time, there were many treasures being protected inside, and there might even be corpses or even corpses of people inside profound being-s. When Qin Xiang was in the Golden Yang building's backyard, he took away all of the profound being's granules. Although he couldn't use these ice granules, he still thought that these were treasures. I don't believe that these things aren't worth it. Qin Xiang looked at the ice particles that were releasing cold air and released one of them to cover the pile of ice particles on the ground. It could refine everything. This delay skill was terrifying even to the white tiger, and was something that caused the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord to be killed. He circulated the heavenly alchemy in his dantian and ignited the flames, causing the flames to be released in a specific way within the heavenly alchemy, creating a strange type of firepower. He injected the flames into the magic method furnace, burning those particles. Not long after he used the heavenly alchemy, the granules suddenly released a ray of multicolored light, looking like a pile of golden sand. The golden light was sparkling, causing Qin Xiang to be extremely happy. It's working, haha. Qin Xiang became excited and continued to burn these crystals using the heavenly alchemy. There's a change. Bai Yuyu was the same, but she suddenly saw the fire-baked particles inside the magic method furnace, shrinking together. What's going on? Qin Xiang frowned and looked carefully. Although he could make these particles glow, he could not melt them. A moment later, the pile of grains fused into a single grain the size of a grain of rice. Seeing this, he continued to take out more profound being granules and place them all inside the magic method furnace, using the heavenly alchemy to refine them. He had collected dozens of pieces of profound being's granules, and there were quite a few of them. However, he had only used an hour to melt all of the profound being's granules into rice-sized, white-colored ice crystals. I've been busy for so long, but I still haven't figured out how to use it. Qin Xiang looked at the pressing, cold, white particle in the center of his palm and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. He took out the philosophic stone and looked at these two things helplessly. These two things were both extremely mysterious and had a lot of power, but he did not know how to use them. He sighed, and just as he was about to put away the profound being, the rice-sized profound being suddenly flickered with a red glow, and the philosophic stone also emitted a weak green glow. These two things unexpectedly resonated with each other, shocking Qin Xiang yet again. Welcome to the website. Read the latest chapter in full. Qin Xiang immediately held onto the philosophic stone tightly and channeled his divine power into the beast that was the size of a grain. At this moment, he suddenly felt a type of extremely destructive cold energy from the profound being, and it was even a very strange energy. Qin Xiang immediately held onto the philosophic stone tightly and channeled his divine power into the beast that was the size of a grain. At this moment, he suddenly felt a type of extremely destructive cold energy from the profound being, and it was even a very strange energy. Previously, he had tried to use his divine power to spy on these profound being, but they were all blocked outside. Now, after taking out the philosophic stone, he could actually clearly see the inside of the profound being, and he could clearly feel the quality of the energy. Through the philosophic stone, Qin Xiang could now see what kind of character the profound being had. Seal destroy. Qin Xiang did not know why, but all of these information suddenly appeared in his mind, and he felt that it was something that could only be seen through philosophic stone S. What does that mean? Bai Yuyu asked curiously. I think it should be some kind of powerful strength that specifically used these profound being to kill something that was difficult to destroy. First, it released a strong sealing power, and then during the sealing process, it gradually released a destructive power. Qin Xiang said, Could it be that there was something very powerful in the profound, cold, ancient realm back then? So they were destroyed by this power? It seems like those profound being all contain a very strong power of the natural way. Su Meiyao said, "You should wait until you are stronger before heading to profound, cold, ancient realm." That's right, the profound, cold, ancient realm has many terrifying things, but these profound being cannot destroy those things. It seems that not long from now, those things will be resurrected. Chun Xiang released the magic method furnace, threw it inside, and then activated burning fire. I don't know why, but only by holding on to the philosophic stone can I deal with it. Chun Xiang was very confused. Now that he held the philosophic stone, he could burn it like it was a normal thing. The profound being released waves after waves of white-colored light. The profound being was not as stubborn as before, but now that Chun Xiang was using the heavenly alchemy, it was as if it was refining a normal thing, and was refining the profound being into a pellet. These profound being are indeed mysterious. They don't need to be compressed in any way to melt into small pellets. What I want to do now is to refine these profound being into edible pellets. Chun Xiang was currently trying very hard. The reason he could see the mysterious power within the profound being was also because of this mysterious power, which was difficult for the profound being to see through. If not for the philosophic stone and the heavenly alchemy, it would have been difficult to deal with these profound being, and all of them were missing. But now, the strange powers of those profound being were being separated by him, and he saw those powers as the power of nature, because after separating, they immediately disappeared without a trace. After the magical power within the profound being was separated out, Chun Xiang's expression immediately changed, because he felt that the intense ice power inside the profound being went out of control. It was originally the combined power of dozens of profound being, but now, without the magical power controlling it, it suddenly exploded. Chun Xiang released his divine power to suppress it, but the ice-cold qi was too dense. It was not something he could suppress with his current strength. This is trouble. Chun Xiang was shocked. He never thought that after so many profound being lost control, they would actually produce such a dense ice-cold qi. Can it be swallowed? Bai Yu asked anxiously. I can't. There's too much of it. Furthermore, it's too muddy to directly refine. Chun Xiang sweated profusely. If I don't control it, Heaven Thunder City will become an ice city. A radius of 500 kilometers will turn into a world of ice and snow. I never thought that profound being would actually contain so much ice-cold energy. After dozens of large profound being were compressed into a single piece by me, they became even more powerful. That was equivalent to squeezing a mountain's immense and violent strength into a single point and then releasing it to explode. Its might was boundless. Brat, what are you doing? The white tiger fiercely rushed into Chun Xiang's room and broke through a door. It looked at the ball of white mist and ice energy within the magic method furnace, and its eyes revealed a trace of fear. Senior, I'm going to lose control of this ball of energy. Hurry up and think of a way. Chun Xiang was ecstatic and anxiously shouted. At this moment, Li Baojun also felt the terrifying destructive power from the white mist. He estimated that if Chun Xiang let go now, everything within thousands of miles would turn into a world of ice and snow. The white tiger's palm cleaved through the air, creating a black spatial rift. Throw your stuff in. The white tiger shouted anxiously. Chun Xiang immediately threw the ball of air that was about to lose control into the spatial crack. And in that instant, the spatial crack suddenly closed, and the ball of terrifying cold energy exploded outside the dimension. However, the entire Heaven Thunder City suddenly turned chilly, and the temperature plummeted. Chun Xiang collapsed to the ground. If he could not control himself, he would have been in for a beating as well. How did you do that? The white tiger let out a long sigh. When I refined and fused the pieces of the profound being, it became like this. At the beginning, I easily refined all the pieces into a single pill, and then I separated some of the energy out of the stone and became like this. Qinxiang said. Qinxiang took a deep breath and continued. I feel that I can refine these profound being into a pill. This time, I'm only using too many of them. He was very confident in the heavenly alchemy. The white tiger sent a sound transmission to him. Were you refined using the heavenly alchemy? Then be careful. Why? I am not a river refiner. Qinxiang asked curiously. Back then, Chi plus tried to refine this stuff, which was why he started stirring up trouble. I can't say too much about this, or I'll be in trouble. However, I do not object to you refining, because you have done better than Chi plus. Back then, Chi plus was still unable to do what you have done now. The white tiger told Qinxiang. Qinxiang nodded his head. The white tiger only told him to be careful, which meant that he could still refine the pill. Elderly, where does the city have Profound Bing? Did not have any more Profound Bing in his hands anymore. So thinking about the previous ones, he felt that it was a pity. But this also allowed him to have a deeper understanding of these Profound Bing. He planned to gather more Profound Bing-s and make them into a small pellet. Li Baojun shook his head. Because philosophic stone can appear within these Profound Bing, so the current Profound Bing are all very expensive and are all sold by weight, with 1 kilogram and 100 million spar. Only the ones that are to be formed are bought, while the ones that are to be broken are worthless. Qinxiang could imagine that in the future there would be many fragments scattered within Ditian. After many years, those fragments would become Profound Bing-s. Not only that, there is another job called the Icebreaker job at Profound Cold Ancient Realm. Breaking through a piece of Profound Bing can get 100 million spar. The white tiger looked at Elderly and laughed. If Elderly makes a trip to Profound Cold Ancient Realm, I can definitely earn a lot more easily, faster than refining pills. Not only that, there is another job called the Icebreaker job at Profound Cold Ancient Realm. Breaking through a piece of Profound Bing can get 100 million spar. The white tiger looked at Elderly and laughed. If Elderly makes a trip to Profound Cold Ancient Realm, I can definitely earn a lot more easily, faster than refining pills. Li Baojun shook his head and laughed. If Leader were to go, he would definitely earn more than me. He can tell whether there is anything inside the Profound Bing or not with the help of the Profound Bing. Qinxiang only wanted to use those Profound Bing to refine pills, the Earth Profound pills needed to swallow the Earth, and the mysterious 10,000 moons pill needed a large number of mountains and rivers. If he refined too much, it would be punished by the heavens. So Qinxiang did not dare to play around with them anymore. The temperature of the Heaven Thunder City dropped suddenly, the cold qi pressing down. It shocked many of the strong warriors here. They all thought that the giant who cultivated the power of ice exploded with power after his breakthrough, although it surprised many people. It did not cause too much of a commotion. Qinxiang, Baihu, and Li Baojun were just about to go to the place where the heaven, thunder, purgatory had disappeared from, when the earth suddenly shook violently. A surge of energy came from outside the city. It was the direction where the heaven, thunder, purgatory had disappeared to. This power is very strong. Qinxiang's expression changed slightly. Quickly go over and take a look. Just as Qinxiang finished speaking, many rankers in the sky, who did not care about the restriction of flight, started flying out of the city, all flying towards the direction of the surge of energy. Let's go as well. The white tiger leapt up and followed closely behind the group of people, with Qinxiang and Li Baojun following closely behind. After reaching a high alt, 1, 2, many people saw that on the ground below where the heavenly lightning whirlpool had once appeared, a hole as large as a city had appeared. A burst of white light was Gus, plussing out from below. No one dared to go near because that force was too powerful. They were separated by several hundred zhang as they stood in the air, looking at the thing that was rising from the giant pit. At this time, when Chen Xiang saw the expressions of the ancient powerhouses, he was actually very excited. In the midst of the crowd, a beautiful figure that Chen Xiang was familiar with suddenly appeared. It was Ji Meixian. Ji Meixian followed closely behind the leader. At this time, her position in the White Sea Imperial Land was very high. She was herself a ranker from the Heaven Realm, and her strength had risen quickly. She also had Zhao Yiprofound, the super-strong female slave, to provide her with resources, and Chen Xiang had also given her many benefits. Fairy Beauty, it's me. What exactly happened? Chen Xiang sent a sound transmission to Ji Meixian, causing him to be slightly surprised. She immediately searched for Chen Xiang within the crowd, but did not discover him. Ji Meixian and Zhao Yiprofound knew that Chen Xiang was about to establish a sect called Dragon Subduing School. When the Dragon Subduing School's reputation rose, they all felt very surprised, especially the Dragon Vein. Leader, your current situation is very dangerous. All the ancient powers have sent powerful experts from the Heaven Realm with strength similar to Ling Feng's. At that time, they might even encircle and annihilate our Dragon Subduing School. If they were to see you here, it would be even more troublesome. Ji Meixian did not answer Chen Xiang's question. Instead, he was extremely concerned about Chen Xiang's safety. I'm not afraid. Tell me what happened. Chen Xiang was using Heaven Tour method to explore the hole that was emitting the white light, but he was blocked by a force. Furthermore, the white light inside the huge pit was slowly floating. At this time, the Demon Empress LV Qinlian, Huang Jintian, Gu Dongqin, Lu Meng'er, Hua Xiangyue, and other rankers familiar with the place had all arrived, and they all looked at the gigantic pit with grave expressions. Ji Meixian replied, My current status is already very high in the White Sea Imperial Land, but they still hold some reservations towards me. Yixian might know a bit more, but she's already in the Heaven Realm, so it's hard for me to contact her. Tell me what you know. I know this is an altar, called Sacred Sacrificed Altar. Ji Meixian said, That's all I know. Chen Xiang immediately sent a sound transmission to the White Tiger. Senior, do you know anything about the Sacred Sacrificed Altar? It really is the Sacred Sacrificed Altar. Could it be that they want to use the Sacred Sacrificed Altar to summon a Saint Devil? The White Tiger's voice carried a sneer. What is a Saint Devil? Hearing this name, Chen Xiang felt that it was powerful. A powerful existence between DS and immortals. Humans are called saints. Demon beasts are called saints. Sages or demon beasts are called saints. This thing is many times stronger than the demon lord. Hearing the White Tiger's explanation, Chen Xiang was stunned. The Heaven Thunder Devil Lord that he killed earlier had suffered heavy injuries, and its power was so terrifying, he had expended a lot of effort to kill it. But if another holy demon appeared, wouldn't this group of Tion be done for? Senior, are you saying that those ancient powers want to bring out a Saint Devil? Chen Xiang asked in shock. Is there such a fellow in the 9 heavens and 10 HELLS? Chen Xiang suddenly felt that this White Tiger was a holy beast, this kind of existence. I will not let this Saint Devil be reborn. The White Tiger's words made Chen Xiang feel a lot more at ease. Huang Jintian seemed to know something as he immediately shouted towards the ancient powers. ASTARDS, your ancestors were all ASTARDS. Other than knowing how to collude with this kind of thing, what else can you do? You guys will definitely bring disaster to Tion by doing this. If we don't do that, we will be the ones to suffer. Foam Quan from the Foam Clan sneered. The people who brought out this sacred, sacrificed altar were really from an ancient power like them. Chen Xiang really wanted to know who these traitors had colluded with before. Of course, he guessed it was a Saint Devil, but that Saint Devil was defeated in the end and was about to die. Now they had to revive a Saint Devil. Looking at the happy faces of the traitors, the corners of Chen Xiang's mouth twitched as he chanted the heavenly dragon seal's incantation. Little naughty dragon, quickly tell me, One is powerful and can keep my heavenly dragon seal hidden. Chun Xiang anxiously asked. He also stopped chanting the incantation, because if he used it, his ident. 1. Tai would be exposed, and now that news of his ident. 1. Tai had been spread to the Heaven Realm. His previous battle records were all here, and many of the Heaven Realm experts knew that he was using the Imperial Dragon race's Heavenly Dragon Seal. Even if you use the strongest Heavenly Dragon Seal now, it will be useless. Your strength is too weak. This sacred sacrificed altar is not that easy to destroy, but I can still damage it. Long Shui sighed softly. Let me teach you another technique that I don't want to teach you. You little colored dragon, taking advantage of me like this, you actually have a powerful ability that you won't teach me. Chun Xiang said with dissatisfaction. At this moment, the altar had already floated up. It was extremely large, and from afar it looked like a city. It emitted a white glow, and its shape was that of a huge circular plate. I won't teach you, it's for your own good. A human who uses this move will be hunted down and killed by the Imperial Dragon race. With your current strength, if you were to be targeted by the Imperial Dragon race, the big white cat won't be able to treasure you. Long Shui scoffed. However, since you still have some methods to protect your life, I'll take the risk and teach you. Let me explain in advance. If you get targeted by those old dragons of the Imperial Dragon race because of this, don't blame me. I won't teach you, it's for your own good. A human who uses this move will be hunted down and killed by the Imperial Dragon race. With your current strength, if you were to be targeted by the Imperial Dragon race, the big white cat won't be able to treasure you. Long Shui scoffed. However, since you still have some methods to protect your life, I'll take the risk and teach you. Let me explain in advance. If you get targeted by those old dragons of the Imperial Dragon race because of this, don't blame me. Cut the C. R.A.P. I even sent you to the Imperial Dragon race's Sky Dragon Great Yanjing. What's there to be afraid of? My dragon lady wife. Hurry up and teach me. Chun Xiang laughed and said without the slightest bit of embarrass. Meant. Who was it that you sent? That is only in terms of the divine soul. Long Shui pouted. I am a heavenly dragon, Supreme Lord. How can I casually let a human kid get involved? As she said that, she had already said down the common G-O-D secret method to Chun Xiang and her figure S. Some that the abilities that the Imperial Dragon race had learned were based on the G-O-D slain method and its comprehension, and should be further improved upon. Chun Xiang's foundation was very solid. Furthermore, Long Shui used that strange secret method to pass S's techniques so he could understand it very quickly. This is too scary. This should not have been refined from the heaven-earth killing method. Chun Xiang's heart was thumping wildly. After hearing about the divine ability, he was deeply shocked. Who knows? In any case, I haven't used it yet, but your current strength shouldn't be enough. Otherwise, I won't be able to use the Primal Chaos Dragon Curse. The Chaos Dragon Curse was the name of that sacred art. After using this sacred art, it could convert the energy gathered from the surroundings into chaotic force, and then form a type of curse that could unleash extremely powerful energy. Come on, let's combine. Chun Xiang said excitedly. At the same time, his mind quickly practiced the method of unleash. H.I. plussing the ability a few times. Sensing Long Shui's energy surging over, Chun Xiang's eyes suddenly opened. After using the sacred art, the innate Qi and G-O-D power in his body suddenly surged out, penetrating through the S.P.A.C. and appearing in the air above the sacred sacrificed altar. They quickly formed into a ball of air. The ball of air had many spatial cracks around it. The tyrannical energy in the disordered S.P.A.C. frantically rushed out and gathered in the ball of air. At this time, the surrounding spirit energy was gathering towards the black ball of air. Its speed was extremely fast. Even the sacred sacrificed altar's energy was being absorbed, and 90% of the power and divine power in Chun Xiang's body had already been sucked out, leaving him only able to float a little. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the ancient power's giants changed greatly. They didn't expect something like this to happen, and they didn't even know who had acted in such a way. The white tiger looked at Chen Xiang because he recognized that it was a primal chaos dragon curse. It was a very powerful attack that even many of the orthodox bloodline emperor dragons in the imperial dragon race wouldn't be able to learn. Ugh! A deep dragon's roar came out. The sky above sacred sacrificed altar suddenly split open, revealing a very large black hole, inside which was the chaotic SPAC. The chaotic energy inside rushed out crazily and condensed into the black ball of air. Destroy that thing. The big boss reacted and quickly shouted. But it was already too late, because the black ball of air had already cracked open and countless black dragon shadows appeared, enveloping the land, causing the world to sink into darkness. But in a very short period of time, the dragon shadows converged, forming a few incantations, suppressing towards the sacred sacrificed altar, and bringing along a low but sufficient, imposing chant that sounded like several dragons chanting at the same time, causing the entire land to sink into a destructive atmosphere. It's the Chaos Dragon Curse. LV Qinlian was extremely shocked. She knew more than anyone else. It's that brat again. Isn't the little white dragon trying to harm him by sing on the primal Chaos Dragon Curse to him? Ji Meixian blamed Long Shuai in her heart. She was from the Imperial Feather Race and knew about the primal Chaos Dragon Curse. The black incantations seemed to have the power to destroy the heavens and earth, as they struck down directly onto the sacred sacrificed altar, causing it to sway violently. There were even some shallow cracks appearing on the surface of the sacred sacrificed altar. Everyone could see that someone was secretly attacking the sacred sacrificed altar, and this person was very strong, so he had to hide here. The duration of the chaotic dragon curse's attack was very short, and it disappeared in an instant. The SPAC cracks in the sky closed, and the world returned to its original state. Everyone was still immersed in the shock from before. The giant crater was also sealed by a mysterious power. Although it was attacked by Chen Xiang just now, it was after all a sacred sacrificed altar. Furthermore, Chen Xiang and Long Shui's strength was too weak. If this was the case, then the ancient factions would have to start repairing them. That little white dragon really isn't afraid of your death. Its said down this kind of sacred art to you. The white tiger laughed. Hee, I told her to teach me. Chen Xiang laughed. You guys are still too inexperienced, and your might is too weak. If an old dragon were to use it, this sacred sacrificed altar would definitely be torn to pieces. The white tiger sighed. You don't have to care too much about this sacred sacrificed altar. I will stop them. At this time, Ji Meixian also sent a sound transmission to Chen Xiang. There are many old fellows here who are watching you. When you were sparring with others before, many people saw the heavenly dragon seal you used. If Imperial Dragon Race knew that you knew about the primal Chaos Dragon Curse, he might even come to Dtian to look for you. It would be best if I could send a dragon over. As a leader, I am specialized in dealing with dragons. Chen Xiang didn't mind at all, and this was something that Long Shui was very much looking forward to. Humph! Ji Meixian was a little angry. She felt that Chen Xiang should keep a low profile and increase his strength before going back to fight against the other powerhouses. After Hima's sacred the demon masters, many of the higher-ups in Heaven Realm had noticed him, but most of them wanted to capture him, because he had the green dragon demon-slain broadsword, and he also knew about devil-suppressing holy power. Chen Xiang was now a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. He had already been targeted by many people. He would not stop at one thing and would not hesitate to do the opposite. LV Qinlian swept the crowd with her gaze, wanting to look for Chen Xiang. She knew that Chen Xiang was hiding inside, and she knew that Chen Xiang understood the Imperial Dragon Race's secret technique. So she was sure that the primal Chaos Dragon Curse was cast by Chen Xiang. This made her suspect that Chen Xiang was a member of the Imperial Dragon Race, To think that he actually knew of this Emperor Dragon's sacred art, which was almost lost throughout. After the white light from the sacred sacrificed altar disappeared, the big shots of the ancient powers all flew over, and they even stopped many people from getting near. Only the ancient powers, like them, could not get close to them. After the sacred sacrificed altar was attacked, the ancient powerhouses were very angry, because this would cause their plan to be delayed for a while, and now they were all pouring energy into the altar. After the sacred sacrificed altar absorbed their energy, it once again emitted a white light to repair itself. After the sacred sacrificed altar was attacked, the ancient powerhouses were very angry, because this would cause their plan to be delayed for a while, and now they were all pouring energy into the altar. After the sacred sacrificed altar absorbed their energy, it once again emitted a white light to repair itself. Senior, if you had acted just now, you would have definitely destroyed this sacred sacrificed altar. Just now was the most fragile time for this sacred sacrificed altar. Chan Xiang sighed as he transmitted his voice to the white tiger. If I were to make a move, I wouldn't be able to accompany you to enter the Three Realms talk, and even I would have to use a lot of strength to completely destroy this sacred sacrificed altar. But that would expose my ident. One, Tai, so I can't let the people who are hiding know that I'm still alive right now. The white tiger said, other than the Peach Blossom Imperial Land, the other ancient powers and sects all came to the side of the sacred sacrificed altar. Those ancient powers in the past were all traitors of the past. If I find out anything related to the altar, I will immediately inform you. Don't attack this sacred sacrificed altar anymore. It's useless. Ji Mei Xian whispered to Qin Xiang. Many people felt bored when they saw that it was a work of the ancient forces and quickly left. However, there were also many people who noticed that the ancient factions were planning to do something, and they were going to do it with the help of the Three Realms talk. Let's go! They still have to repair sacred, sacrificed altar. They won't be able to open it for a while. I think they should at least be after Three Realms talk. The white tiger transmitted its voice to Li Baojun and Qin Xiang. Afterwards, the three of them also left and returned to their residence. It won't be easy for the sacred, sacrificed altar to open. I should need some offerings or something like that. When Qin Xiang thought about offerings, he had a bad premonition. In his knowledge, offerings at powerful altars like these were all made of blood. And I need something special. I think all of those traitors should have it. If it's using a person's life as a sacrifice, then we definitely can't spare them. The white tiger said, I don't think they will revive the Saint Devil. If the holy demons were to descend, they would be under the control of the holy demons as well. They are currently living a carefree life and do not wish to be enslaved by others. There were still 10 days before the Three Realms talk start. It was said that there would be events that would be held when one approached the Three Realms talk. Qin Xiang had been using the philosophic stone for the past few days, and now he realized one of the uses of the philosophic stone, which was to circulate his technique and allow the innate qi to circulate in his body at a much faster rate. This philosophic stone could allow him to train at a much faster rate than before, allowing him to more thoroughly integrate into the divine arts, allowing him to be able to understand the natural way even more. Leader, there's good news. Li Baoju knocked on Qin Xiang's door and shouted excitedly, What good news? Qin Xiang opened the door and asked. When Profound Bing came, finally someone sold them, and it was by auction. There will be an auction later on to sell Profound Bing. Li Baojun said, Will anyone buy it? Qin Xiang found it funny. He didn't even know if there was anything inside those Profound Bing-s, but they were actually being auctioned off too. They were competing with each other until their heads bled, losing a large number of spar. Of course there are many tyke. NS have always wanted to try their luck and get their own Profound Bing-s to test their luck. But you also know that these Profound Bing-s are not something normal people can get their hands on. Only those large powers have enough manpower and resources to mine in the profound, cold ancient realm. and of course some powerful rogue cultivators would go in to find them. Li Baojun said, "Then let's go take a look." "And the great clan elder?" Qin Xiang asked. "The great elder has occupied a seat inside. We can't reveal our ident. One ties right now, so we can't get a VIP box." Qin Xiang and Li Baojun quickly arrived at the entrance of the auction house. The place where the auction was held was actually the property of the Purple Moon Imperial Land, and the person selling the Profound Bing was actually the Purple Moon Imperial Land. The admission fee was very expensive. It required 10 million spar S each, but Li Baojun had already paid them before, so they could enter with a single plate. The position that the White Tiger occupied was in the front row, which made it easier for Qin Xiang to look more carefully. "I heard that the Profound Bing being auctioned is not simple. They are not the kind that we have seen in the Golden Yang building before, so they attracted a lot of people. It is said that the Profound Bing being auctioned now has a very high chance of producing treasures." The White Tiger looked at its surroundings, then sent a sound transmission to Qin Xiang. The sacred sacrificed altar is almost completely repaired, and the big shots of the ancient powers are all here. You have to be careful. Don't expose the chaos divine eye. Qin Xiang nodded, releasing his divine power, and kept watch on his surroundings. "Oh, yeah," one of the clan elders from the Purple Moon Imperial Land said, "if we buy the Profound Bing here, they will help us break it." That clan elder also said that in order for the Purple Moon Imperial Land to gather information on the Profound Bing, we must break it on the spot. The White Tiger said, "This isn't good." Qin Xiang was confident that he could use the Chaos Divine Eye to see if there was anything inside the Profound Bing. "Senior, you and Elderly can go to the seats at the back." Qin Xiang sent a sound transmission to Li Baojun and the White Tiger. This way, the three of them would be able to bid for the 3 Profound Bing S and not be targeted. Otherwise, if they wanted to leave, it would be troublesome. "Everyone quiet. The auction is about to begin." A handsome middle-aged man walked onto the stage and said loudly. There were a lot of people at the auction place, especially those sitting below. There were more than 20,000 people, and there were also quite a few in the private rooms. "The Profound Bing that we are auctioning today is very unique, and is very different from the Profound Bing that everyone knows about. Furthermore, there is an extremely high possibility of treasures appearing inside. That's why we all need to be mentally prepared. We, the Purple Moon Imperial Land, are not responsible for this." The middle-aged man said, buying a Profound Bing was equivalent to gambling. Everyone knew that it was interesting to buy one. "Bring the first Profound Bing up." The middle-aged man said, only to see 4 people carrying a square table. The Profound Bing on top of the table was covered with a cloth. It looked extremely mysterious. The middle-aged man laughed. "Everyone be prepared. This Profound Bing is very dazzling." As he said that, he pulled the cloth away, releasing a burst of white light. At that moment, everyone felt pain in their eyes, and some of them even started to cry. The glow of the Profound Bing had dimmed down by a lot. Everyone could now see what kind of Profound Bing it was. It was a huge, snow-white lotus with white clouds swirling around it. It was incredibly holy, as if it were carved from snow-white jade, but it seemed to have been formed naturally. It was vivid and lifelike, and although it gave off bursts of chilliness, people could feel that this white lotus was giving off a true life of its own. This lotus-shaped Profound Bing was not small. It was like a bathtub. When people first saw this Profound Bing, they all thought that there was a treasure inside. No wonder the Purple Moon Imperial Land took it out to auction. This lotus-shaped Profound Bing was not small. It was like a bathtub. When people first saw this Profound Bing, they all thought that there was a treasure inside. No wonder the Purple Moon Imperial Land took it out to auction. When the middle-aged man saw everyone's surprised gaze, he immediately said, "We don't know if this Profound Bing was formed naturally, but in short, it was dug out by our people deep within the profound, cold, ancient realm. And it was like that back then. Everyone knows that Profound Bing are very STU, are DY, but they aren't unbreakable. As long as the Profound Bing is stimulated strongly, It will shatter and turn into tiny ice crystals. Many people should have seen it in the Golden Yang building back then. Therefore, there was no suspicion of forgery. We don't know if there are any treasures inside, but we felt that there might be some inside the profound Bing, so we sold this opportunity to get lucky. The higher the price, the better it would be. 30 billion, spar! Someone had already begun calling out prices. 50 billion. 70 billion. Right now, only the people sitting in the hall were bidding so intensely. It could be seen that there were many rich people gathered in Heaven Thunder City. Qin Xiang had already secretly opened his Chaos Divine Eye, and the power of his divine eye was in his eyes as he carefully looked at the Lotus Profound Bing. When he first saw the Profound Bing, he thought it was very likely that there were treasures inside, because this Profound Bing was truly too strange and mystical. 39 billion! Unknowingly, Qin Xiang had already observed that the price had already soared to this high point, and the people in the private rooms hadn't even started to bid yet. Leader, should we bid? Li Baojun also believed that the possibility of the Profound Bing possessing such a treasure was extremely high. Qin Xiang did not answer because he was not completely sure. He carefully observed the Profound Bing over and over again, and after a while he confirmed that there was nothing inside the Profound Bing. 800 billion! The people in the room finally called out a price. 830 billion! This was actually a woman's voice, but many people knew the voice of the Demon Empress. LV Qinlian's real body was like a lotus flower. If she took action, everyone would suspect that she had sensed something, which caused the bidding to become even more crazy, especially the big shots in the private rooms. At this time, the people in the main hall were no longer able to intervene, because the bidding quickly said 1 trillion. Furthermore, the main compet. 1. Tor was the little demon empress, LV Qinlian. Big sis Lu, if you trust me, then don't continue. There's nothing in this thing. Qin Xiang whispered to LV Qinlian. You're actually here? As expected, LV Qinlian did not increase the price. She knew that Qin Xiang could use the Chaos Divine Eye to see if there was anything inside, and she did not plan to increase the price among the other Profound Bing. If I don't have enough spars, lend me some. Qin Xiang replied with a smile. This was a ranker who came down from the Heaven Realm. There were no spar on the Heaven Realm, but after he took charge of the Flying Immortal School, all of the spar in the Flying Immortal School were under his control. Han Kong came to the auction platform. After handing over the spar, he let an old man from Purple Moon Imperial Land break it. The elder gathered all of the flames on his finger and made one of his fingers turn purple. The flame was burning purple and dancing in the air. It looked very hot. It was just that he was covered in sweat and was not as relaxed as Li Baojun. It's about to begin. This made Hong Kong so excited that his face turned red. He felt that even if it wasn't the philosophic stone, it should be something similar to it, and he opened his eyes wide and stared at the white lotus Profound Bing that was slowly shattering. Very quickly, the beautiful white lotus Profound Bing turned into a pile of tiny ice crystals on top of the table. Hong Kong waved his sleeve, and all of those crystals floated into the air. Hong Kong, who was initially excited, now looked as if he had eaten a fly as his expression became extremely unsightly. He had given 130 billion spar to the Purple Moon Imperial Land for nothing. The crowd burst into an uproar as they secretly laughed in their hearts. Thank you, good brother. LV Qinlian sent a sound transmission to Qin Xiang and giggled. You're welcome. That made many people vigilant. The people from the Purple Moon Imperial Land knew that the next bidding war would not be this high, so no one wanted to compete like Hong Kong. Unfortunately, Leader Han, please do your best. The middle-aged man smiled apologetically as he consoled her. Humph, what a cheat. Han Kang's face turned green. Did she still want him to come again? The auctioneer coughed dryly and continued. Next, bring the Profound Bing up. The second piece of Profound Bing was much worse than the beautiful white lotus Profound Bing from before. This made everyone curse the shamelessness of the Purple Moon Imperial Land, and they placed the best part in front to scam others. Although this piece of profounding was not as big as the previous one, it was still very strange. It was a half-man-tall gourd, and the purple and golden clouds were changing back and forth. The only bad thing was that the surface of the gourd was B-U-M-P-Y, and it did not look pretty at all. This is the second profound Bing. It was found in a large crevice deep in the profound, cold, ancient realm, and is even harder to obtain than the previous white lotus profound Bing. Furthermore, there are two colors that change between each other, so it's very possible that a treasure will appear. The middle-aged man talked about the origins of the profound Bing. Keep talking. The idiot will believe it again. It's exactly the spar that was wasted to come in. I'm so disappointed. Not bad to be able to see someone cheated for over 1 trillion inkstones. Our luck is very good. Because he was unable to see the inside of the profound Bing, and did not know how to see if there was anything inside. The most basic basis of determining the profound Bing was its appearance. Otherwise, that beautiful white lotus profound Bing would not have been etc. had away by so many people. The appearance of such a rough, profound Bing had attracted a lot of criticism. With a single glance, one could tell that it was not easy to sell. After the auctioneer boasted for a while, he said with a smile, "The starting bid is 100 billion spars. Each bid increase must be no less than 100 million. Everyone, please bid." Seeing everyone's attitude, they had no choice but to set the starting price. Otherwise, they would lose their lives. With that experience, many people became obedient. 1 billion! Chun Xiang shouted. Hearing Chun Xiang call out a price, both the White Tiger and Li Baojun were startled. They never thought that this unremarkable, profound Bing gourd would actually have something inside. LV Qinlian also wanted to see what was inside the bottle gourd profound Bing. After Chun Xiang called out the bid, it was quiet. Although someone wanted to try their luck with the scene of Hong Kong suffering coupled with the 100 billion spar, many people gave up on the idea. Even if they tried their luck, they would at least need to find a decent profound Bing. The host gently sighed and shouted, "Deal, please allow this friend here to deliver the spar. Then we will break the profound Bing on the spot." Watching it without any ads was awesome. Chun Xiang never thought that no one would H the profound Bing away from him after he yelled out the price. To be able to obtain it at this price was far beyond his expectations. Is there really a treasure inside this profound Bing gourd? LV Qinlian, White Tiger, and Li Baojun immediately asked him via sound transmission when they saw him walk onto the stage. Long Shuai, Su Meiyao, and Bai Yuyu, who were still in the ring, also asked, "My chaos divine, I cannot completely see what is inside. It only has a shadow inside. So it might not be a treasure, but something else." Chun Xiang replied as he took out a storage bag and handed it over to the auctioneer. The old man responsible for breaking the profound Bing walked over, held out the purple flame on his finger, and extended his hand towards the profound Bing. At this time, many people stood up to watch. Although the profound Bing did not look like much, it was after all a piece of profound Bing. Moreover, it was rather strange with two different colors changing between each other. At that moment, Chun Xiang's eyes became extremely sharp. Like lightning, he reached out his hand and grabbed towards the pile of shattered pieces, and many sharp-eyed people already saw that there was a light blue stone within the pile of ice crystal fragments. Although it was only the size of a walnut, it gave off a very unique feeling, as if it was a huge mountain. Chun Xiang grabbed the light blue stone in his hand and shouted fiercely, because that stone was very heavy. If he did not react, he would not have been able to grab it. "It's the void heavenly stone. It's actually so big," an elder in the private room exclaimed. It was said that a nihility D stone the size of a grain of sand was equivalent to the weight of a mountain and was extremely dysprosium. If a nihility D stone was added in during the refining process, it was very likely to become a high-quality immortal equipment. It really is the Void Heavenly Stone. Seeing how much effort it took to lift it, it was definitely correct. I heard the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword's blade, was made from this sort of thing. A heavenly stone the size of a grain of sand can be sold for an astronomical price in the heaven realm, let alone such a large one. The big shots in the room were all sighing and jealous of Qin Xiang. They saw how easily Qin Xiang kept the void heavenly stone into the storage magic treasure, and knew that Qin Xiang had an extremely powerful storage magic treasure. This kind of person was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Ling Feng, who was in the Purple Moon Imperial Land, was currently green in the face. She had been in the heaven realm for a long time, so she naturally knew how precious a heavenly crystal was, and that was something that couldn't be evaluated, especially for those large powers. Having such a heavenly stone meant that they could refine a high-quality saint artifact. Qin Xiang was very excited to receive the void heavenly stone, but he calmly walked back to his seat as if nothing had happened and calmly sat there. Even if someone beside him wanted to get close to him, he would not care. Many people were extremely jealous of him because he only used 100 billion spar to buy such a huge piece of void heavenly stone. What kind of dog-s H.I. plus T luck was this? Many people extremely regretted not bidding just now. The upper echelons of the Gold Sun's sacred realm were finally much more balanced in their hearts. Although the heavenly void stone was not more valuable than the philosophic stone, they were still inexplicably happy when they saw the expressions on the group of Purple Moon Imperial Landes. Everyone has seen our Purple Moon Imperial Land's profound being did not fake anything. Everything depends on luck and luck. This old mister just now used 101 billion spar-s to obtain such a large sky stone. The host forced a smile. He had known earlier that the price would be even higher, but he did not. The second piece of profound being made a divine stone like the void heavenly stone, making the Purple Moon Imperial Land not want to continue auctioning it. He wanted to break all the remaining profound being, but he would definitely be despised by many people. The third piece of profound being was brought up. This piece of profound being looked much better than the previous bottle gourd profound being. It also had a shape. It looked like a tiger lying on the ground, only it was grayish-black, but its surface was extremely bright, and there was a cold chi on the surface. It looked somewhat evil, and its size was also very big. There are no treasures inside the profound being. You can't just look at its outer appearance. Just a bottle gourd profound being is an example. The host saw that everyone was hesitating and continued to speak. If you want to obtain the treasure, you must first fight for it. Like that old mister just now, you're not stingy with the treasures. And by that unremarkable bottle gourd profound being, and in the end, you will get an incalculable heavenly stone. The starting price is 150 billion, and each bid increase must not be lower than 100 million spar. Starting now. Then, Qin Xiang immediately called out a bid. 1,522 billion. When everyone saw that it was this lucky star calling out a price, they immediately started bidding, because Qin Xiang gave off a very calm and collected feeling. Looking at him, he looked like an expert. Everyone did not understand anything about these profound being, so when they saw Qin Xiang bid, they also followed along. LV Qinlian sent a sound transmission to Qin Xiang, because Qin Xiang's bidding was very fierce and fierce. Every time he bid, it would bring in billions of treasures, and it would also attract many strong people from the private rooms. No treasures, I was just toying with them, Qin Xiang replied with a smile. After being together with Li Baojun for a long time, they knew Qin Xiang's tricks, so they could tell that Qin Xiang was purposely misleading others. Moreover, Qin Xiang had said before that if the second profound being with a treasure appeared, he would absolutely not buy it himself. The more Feng Quan looked at it, the more he felt that there was a treasure inside the black tiger profound being. Feng Quan was currently in charge of the Feng clan that had been tormented by Qin Xiang many times, and the number of spar was also limited. However, he also wanted to try his luck. This piece of profound being had already exceeded the price of the first piece, and many people had already stopped bidding. After the hammer landed, Feng Quan walked up the stage to hand over the spar. However, he regretted his actions now, and regretted his impulsiveness. But the void heavenly stone from before was too enticing, which was why he took the risk to bid for the black tiger profound bing. Leader, you tricked me. But this also made Purple Moon Imperial Land make a lot of money. Li Baojun laughed. It's nothing. It's not like I'm making my spar anyway. And it can also make the relations HI plus P between Purple Moon Imperial Land and myself worse. Qinxiang didn't care at all.